Hello, this is the second time that I am doing the construction, live streaming the construction of my grandfather's Sukka. I did this last year as well in Omer. This year I'm in Sheva. Um, Basically, what a Sukka is, it's a hut. I just need a second to orient myself. South allegedly would be this way. A Sukka is a hut traditionally constructed on the festival of Sukkot, as mentioned in Leviticus 22. The idea is to dwell in it for 7 days, coinciding with the harvest, the ingathering of the fruits such as pomegranates, grapes, figs, dates, olives, yeast. And so the story about this sukkah, the reason why I'm live streaming it over, not just any sukkah. This sukkah was built, it's assembled every year and taken apart. This one was constructed by my grandfather, my father's father, Grandpa Harry, Tzvi ben Yosef, and he was a sheet metal worker and a roofer, and so he made the sukkah out of sheet metal. And so this sukkah was actually built in 1963. So that was, and he built, back then things were built to last. So I was actually able to use that sukkah almost all the years. There were a few years after my grandfather passed away. We still built it. I mean, at that point I was 1.5 or so, but my father and then my father and sister and then my father, sister, and I would build the sukkah. Good. I want to have them together this year. Nuts and bolts together, that's helpful. We would build it for my grandmother. And then when my grandmother, every year. And then when my grandmother passed away, we did not build it. I think the following year we did not build it. And then the year after that, just doing some quick math. Yeah, and then the year after that, I moved. I was in Syracuse for that year, and then the following year, doing my master's, and so I took it with me there, and I think even the third year after that was my father and I still went back to Syracuse to construct it for the other residents who wanted to use it, even though we ourselves did not use it. And then after that, it was a few years that it was not used, and that I believe that year that we did not use it, but it was still used, was the Jubilee, the 50th year. So that was a big deal. And then there was a few years I did not use it, that we did not use it. I want to say 4 years, and then I moved to Israel. One second, actually you shouldn't hear it. I got a body mic on. If you are curious, that is a school bell that you are hearing potentially. As mentioning, the 4 years later, I moved to Israel and I took it with me, and I built the sukkah my first year in Jerusalem, and that was meaningful. And that, I was only living there for a year, but I see my main purpose for having lived in Jerusalem was to enable the wish that's been said for close to 2 millennia of L'Shana Haba B'Yerushalayim, next year in Jerusalem. And so, after 50 years of saying L'Shana Haba B'Yerushalayim, next year in Jerusalem, I was finally able to construct it in Jerusalem. So that was pretty cool. The next year I was in Ma'ale Adumim. The following year I was in Omer. Now I am in Be'er Sheva. The reason I had these were marking where I plan on putting the corner, because this. Good thing I didn't hurt my foot. That was glass. Move it. It's pretty. Okay, cool. This is as you can see, this is an uneven surface. This is, considered porch, and this is considered garden. So there was like a 3-4 inch difference. So I put that table on top of some rocks to even it out. Let's put this here. I just want to check now. Actually, I can just look at the picture here. Just want to check that. Okay, the whole thing is not in frame. So what I want to do is move the camera down a bit. There we go. That's cool. All right. This can ultimately be moved, but I want to check that this corner should be resting actually on the white part, on the balcony itself, on the what do you call this, porch itself. Right. And I brought out almost all the materials. I still have some of the on top, put like plant matter, not like plant matter, but plant matter. So I have some stuff I had a few weeks ago. It's a few weeks ago, might have been only a week ago or so. Around a week ago. And I have that behind the camera. And then I also have just inside the house, I have fig branches from Omer. The landlord cut them. He basically trimmed the fig tree really a lot. So I saved the branches and like the straight ones, so I can use them for the top of the sukkah. And I actually planted one. I actually planted two. Only one of them made it. So I do have a cutting from that fig tree. It's in the front of the house, so that's cool. This needs to be raised. All right, and I'm just making sure that this fits a little bit more. That's probably okay. All right, I'm gonna make sure I'm still in frame because I did move things a little bit, but I should be in frame still. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's start. I'm just gonna make sure still that y'all can hear me because there were some problems with the audio. And I sound good. Okay, very good. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. Might need to buy a new adapter or something. This I found being tossed. This white thing. This is cool. Got shelves and everything. Where are the 4 uprights here? Yard, front. So these things are labeled north, south, east, west, and house, yard, front, back. That's based upon front and back is still the same, but that was based upon how it was in my grandparents' house. So house front, the house was here. So this is this one. This is actually the most, I don't want to say the most important one, but it's just having it resting there for a moment. This is the I don't know what you want to call it, but I got to get this one correct. This is the one that potentially could be, might end up underneath here, so I got to be careful about that. A little bit about my grandfather. I mentioned he passed away when I was only 1.5 or so. So I don't have any conscious memories of him. But from what I've heard from my father, from my other grandfather, from people from my synagogue, that he was a great man. People liked him. He was, people had good things to say about him. They said he was a respectful man. So, It's my honor to be his grandson. And also my father. My father, as I mentioned, assembled this for years by himself, and then at the point when we were probably, my sister and I were probably getting in the way more than actually helping, he still let us help, because we enjoyed it. So even if it took him longer, even if it took my father longer to construct, he knew that we liked it, so he let us. And then eventually we were able to help. But he helped. He took it to Syracuse. He helped me get it ready and actually he got it ready when I moved. He wrote when I had the instructions still from Syracuse from 10 years ago. Wow. So I got to move this eventually. We got to attach this for now. We need the wrench. Good. And we need a screwdriver. All right. Oh, this is a good short one. So thanks, Dad, for the instructions. And then last year, actually, I was live streaming as well, and I got a phone call. It was from my dad, and he mentioned that I needed to put the door on before the other panels. So that was super helpful, because I had to take all the... I'm not sure if I had to take the panels off or not. Could check. It was filmed. But in any case, it was important that I did that. So that was helpful. This year, I'm doing it earlier in the day because the sun gets stronger later on, so I want to be in the shade as much as I can. This is good. Probably will have to move this a bit. Maybe not. Let's leave it here for now. Take this stuff with me. I brought this thing out. It's a work table. A lot of times you have these tables that take up the entire. It's the table that you would eat at. Is a table that we used as the surface when we were working. My sister and father house. What? Oh, front. Dad, this one says yard front and house front. That's weird. I know it's the yard front. It says yard like in bigger letters. I got confused for a moment because I'm like, uh-oh. And then I'm like, wait, that one says house front also. Yard front. It's here. Yeah, so usually we'd use a big table. You have to work around it. This has a small footprint and it has shelves. So I do have a lot of space still. But I still have the small footprint. Yard front. These are the top ones. Take care of that. Those go on afterwards. I need this and this. All right. So my grandmother, Harry's wife, Grandma Edie, she was one of 4 sisters, and they all had kids, and then there were who were all cousins of each other, including my father. They were either cousins or siblings of each other, but they'd refer to each other as the cousins. And so I don't know for how long, but there's pictures of 1963 with the 4 sisters, or at least one picture of them. But my grandmother for many years would have the cousins over. Not all of them, I don't think, but in this Sukka, she'd have them over on one day of the festival. I think at one point it was in shifts because one of the cousins, Jack, he worked the night shifts in the post office, so it was difficult to have them at the same time. But she'd have the cousins over, and a few weeks ago, one of the cousins who passed away, and she was living in Israel in the north near Haifa, and I went with my cousins. So my father's brother, my father's brother Joel, um, one of the other cousins. So his two daughters, I went with them, Cynthia and Rachel, and we went to pay a Sheva call because Florence's children were sitting Sheva. Those were my second cousins. So I got to meet my second cousins who I'd never met before in Israel. And yes, it's, in theory they could come over and here. That would be the second generation of the cousins here. Second generation of hosting cousins. But the first year I built this in Israel, my cousin Cynthia had, oh wow, she was little. I was just, because she has a daughter who's a little bit older now, but she was, being carried at that point. She had, and then the fourth one was not yet born, but she had 3 of her kids over. So it was, Grandpa Harry's grandkids, myself and Cynthia, but then also the great grandkids in the Sukka. So that was nice. We got these 2. We got there are 5 actually. Daddy, remember that there's 5 instead of 4. There's the 4 corners and then 1 for the door. The interesting story about the 5th one, the 5th upright. You picture a cube. There's 12, right? There's 4 on the bottom, 4 uprights, and then 4 on top. So when my dad got everything ready for me to send it on the boat to Israel, he got 12 and I guess figured it was correct. For whatever reason, that morning I decided to count them. It's you don't go around counting things, but for whatever reason I did. And I saw there were 12. And I don't remember the exact details. Did I realize there should have been more? I called up my dad and said, how many should there be? And I think he said 12. And then I think he corrected himself. He was like, wait, there's the 13th one. And then I was looking in the garage where I had them stored, and I couldn't find it right away. And then I eventually did find it. Maybe 20 seconds later or so, I found that it was hiding behind something. So my dad didn't even see it. So when he was taking all the angle irons out, he probably saw that he took all, because he took all that he had seen. The 13th one was hiding. So that was really cool. Yeah, in theory, my dad could have shipped it on a boat by itself. Probably would have cost a lot. And the question is, the Sukkot is celebrated on the 15th through the 21st, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. 15th through the 21st of the Hebrew month. And, had I built, today is the 8th of the month. Had I built it on the 8th of the month last time, not last time, that the first year I was building it in Israel, that would have only left me with a week. Had I built it, even later, had I pushed it, not started it earlier, that would have left even fewer days. So if I called my dad up on the 8th of the month or the 13th, whatever, and say, hey, Dad, I'm missing an angle iron. So sure, he could send it, pay all the money. But the question is, would it have gotten here on time? So that's an interesting thing about, that it worked out that for whatever reason, I decided to count the angle irons. I need the tools here. I want to periodically just check the battery. The battery's not listed on this. Battery's listed on there. I do want to check the battery because last year I live streamed. Battery's down to 2. I want to set a timer for a half hour. I want to check every half hour the status of the battery. Here we go. because last year when I was live streaming, the battery went on the transmitter. The receiver's plugged in, and this is all solar energy, by the way. The batteries on the receiver on the transmitter went, and I didn't know. And I was just like speaking, you couldn't hear anything. And it was funny that I didn't have my camera last year. It was I had to send it to be repaired, so I was using like one of these like $100 webcams, or however much they costed. However much they cost. Let's say however much it costed. No, it's still not a word. Whatever. And like the wind just blew it over. So for another 20 minutes or so, you were able to hear me but not see me. So, this year I got the camera. I used a good tripod. I'm using the C-Stars Q1 by, I forgot the brand, but those are super cool, quick release plates. My dad brought those when he visited. Those are helpful. I wanted to mention, if any of you follow my almost daily live streams, my FFF 5 minutes for 4 weeks, which I do Sunday through Friday. Basically, it's I live stream myself for 5 minutes a day, practicing a piece of music, usually like 80s rock, not always. House for 4 weeks. So that's 24 days total, 2 hours total practice time, split up into 24 days. And the idea is to show the viewer what is possible with, albeit a little practice, consistent practice. And the idea is to compare day 1 to day 24 and to potentially and hopefully inspire the viewer to likewise take on tasks perhaps seen as out of reach. I actually just got I share the videos on my Facebook, and my friend Mike from college, actually after college he went into the Marine Corps, I believe. I mean, he did go into the Marine Corps. My question is, did he do that right after college, or did he do other things first? I don't know. But Mike, if you are watching this, thank you for your service. Stand up. Thank you for your service, Mike. Anyway, so he shared that, something along the lines of, I'm not going to lie, brother, seeing you post these videos has inspired me to get back into playing my guitar. So that was really cool to see that that my video is actually, because I've had comments before like, oh, I want to try doing this, but I think Mike's comment was the first one that someone actually said that he or she was actually not just wanting to do it, but actually did begin something. This is when a head is useful. That's a third hand. So the reason I mentioned the 5 minutes or 4 weeks, the FFF, I mentioned we live in here for 7 days. So if any of you who are watching this watch my FFF and you see a different background, you see a sheet metal background, you know why. I plan on playing from the Sukka. I'm actually doing a piano piece now, so that makes it a little bit tricky, right? I was planning on doing a different piece on a different instrument, and then my friend I was speaking to, she's visiting Israel, and I'm like, you know what? You're here. You like the song "Honestly" by Stryper. Let me play that while you're here, so you can enjoy it. So that's a piano piece, though. And I calculated. I said, you know what? I was looking about getting a keyboard anyway, a MIDI controller that actually has sounds. I was looking into that anyway, and then I'm like, okay, let's actually order one. So I ordered a keyboard, and before I picked the song, I just asked in the Anglo group of Sheva if anyone had a keyboard I could borrow in case mine, the one that I ordered, which I had not ordered yet, how did I phrase it? I think I said in case mine doesn't come in time, something like that. So I got a yes. So I have a plan B. Plan A is that my keyboard comes in time and I'm able to play it in the Sukka. Plan B is that I borrow my friends. But that's how I should be able to play the piano piece inside the Sukka. So that's cool. In case I mentioned a MIDI controller. In case you're curious what that is, it's the idea that, if let's say you're using like music composition, composition music. What do you call it? Music music production. I think software like Cubase, Nuendo, Ableton. I use Cubase. I'm trying to think of all the other brands. I can't remember them. But let's say you record a piano part. You play the piano, you use a microphone, and it goes into this. It goes into the piece. It goes into the software. The software, plays back exactly what you played, and you can alter it. You can add reverb, etc., etc. But the software does not know that you played, C, E, G, whatever. So if you use a MIDI controller, you're not actually sending sounds to the computer. You're sending information. You're letting it know I'm playing C, E, G. And that C, E, G can trigger a piano sound. It can trigger a trumpet sound. It can trigger drum sounds, not C, E, G, but, snare, tom, hi-hat, whatever. So that's why a MIDI controller is cool, because you can play other instruments. Like let's say I want to add a saxophone. I don't play saxophone, so let's say I want to add saxophone or something. I can use the MIDI controller and play exactly what I want to play on the saxophone to sound like. And in theory, I'm not a huge fan of this, but like let's say I botch it, right? Let's say instead of playing C, C, E, G, I play C, E, G. I can move that E into the correct spot. So you can, you're sending the information. It knows which notes you played. So you're able to lengthen them, or to, to change the rhythm, change the pitch. So that's why a MIDI keyboard is cool. Also, I don't have to worry about playing too early in the morning, about waking neighbors. And also, I ordered the keyboard. It was right before the Israelite festival of Yom HaZikaron, known colloquially as Rosh Hashanah. That was today's the 8th. Today's the 7th. Today's the 7th. Yeah. So it was exactly a week ago I ordered it. Not in terms of hours, but in terms of days. And then I was on the bus to go to my cousin's for the festival, and I got a call from the credit card company asking if it was fraud. It said we canceled the transaction. We want to know if it's fraud or not. And I'm like, no, I ordered it because it was a place that they did not recognize. Door. And I was just thinking, like, why didn't you call me up first before canceling? But whatever. I'm going to double check it goes this way. Yeah, it has to, because it gets screwed into this. Yeah. Anyway, so I said, yeah, it was fine. They said, okay. I'm like, you canceled it. Do I have to place the order again? They said, yes. And like, I don't have a smartphone. I was there with my cell phone. So in theory, I could have tried calling up the company, whatever. I got to my cousin's place and I was able to order it from there. And then I checked after the festival and it went through and it was shipped. So that was good. Oh, this is going smoothly. I don't even need the screwdriver. Cool. All right. And now the top panels. Yeah, top panels. Here we go. And the door, this is tricky. Might need to push this back because the door has to open. The further back I push this, the more sun it gets. The door is the first one to go on of the panels, so that's helpful because I can, if the door is not able to open, I'm able to move the Sukka. Otherwise, the whole thing is heavy to move by itself. I gotta get my ladder. I have it in one of the bedrooms because there's a high window. So when it gets hot, I close that window. So I need to use the ladder. So I'm closing it now. Because the ladder, when I move it, wouldn't be in the right spot. In theory, I could just push it back later. That doesn't matter. All right, let's close it. Cool. All right. Here we go. Like about the ladder, Harry and Jan. That's my my grandfather and my father. So my dad wrote that because he enjoyed working with his father, and I enjoy working with my father. Even when my father came like a month and a half ago or so, we worked together. We built a desk for my computer. It's like a squat desk. It's very helpful. I should actually be able to put the keyboard on that lower shelf. I need to extend it a bit, but it should be very useful. And it's cool because it actually is a way to extend it because the entire shelf is not yet built. So I could put something in to make it flush or put something in to make it wider. And even top things. Here I got to be careful because these things can slip. Top north. North is, or rather was, here. I remembered when I was younger which way was north and which way was south because Avenue N was north and Avenue S was south. And I just thought that would only be helpful if you lived between Avenue N and Avenue S. But in theory, it's helpful also even if you don't, because even if you lived at Avenue X, whatever, you knew that Avenue N was north of Avenue S and Avenue S was south of Avenue N. I liked Avenue S a lot. That was cool. And Avenue U. Top north. And it goes down this way. Yeah, and there's a marking for this panel. I don't think I ever put this one on first. Not that it matters. It's just like, I never made that connection about it even has the markings. Let's get 2 in the meantime. All right. And this might slip and fall, but I am not underneath it in either or any other macroscopic creatures. This goes out. No, this goes in. Yeah. I was doing them all backwards, Dad. All right. I don't think it matters. I just want to do this loosely, just so that doesn't fall. Good. It's one. I got to go back in and do it. If I want to minimize the amount of time that I don't have 2 hands on this thing, or even 1 hand. All right. That is somewhat steady. I still want to do the 3rd one first, making sure it doesn't fall. All right. Now I can bring the tools. I also occasionally want to check the lighting just because it should be getting better as the sun gets higher overhead. And I don't want to be overexposed. And it should say B for bottom also. Yeah. I know I just put my head underneath it, but it's secure at this point. B for bottom means that the ones running quote unquote east and west go on top of this angle iron running north. It's a bit tight. There we go. Some of these, actually, I don't know about most, but a lot of these nuts and bolts, I don't know if they're from 1963, but yeah, definitely old. And a lot of them work fine. Some of them don't work at all, and or don't work past like a few millimeters. And some of them just need a little bit of elbow grease, as they call it. All right, let's do the last one. I think I always enjoyed Sukkot. It was a nice holiday. It's just it's doing something with the family. Whether we were having extended family over, or by my grandmother, or just the four of us, my parents and my sister and myself. It was always nice. Back when I was eating beef, my mom, actually even afterwards, my mom bought these like beef pierogies. I guess you call them. I think they're called kreplach in Yiddish, whatever. Let's do something running this way. Actually, no. These guys, that's a good idea. These guys are easier to handle than the long ones. So I want to do the easier ones, because that gives me, and then once those are up, I can handle the harder ones, but I have more surface to work with, and things are not as wobbly. This is interesting. This is stable. Seems all right. Let's actually start here anyway. Okay. Yeah, so I actually enjoyed those beef kreplach, and even after I stopped eating meat, my sister would still like enjoy them. Even though I wasn't eating them, they're still nostalgic. Eventually, my mom stopped buying them because she realized how unhealthy they were. But still enjoyable. And we'd have soup, and we'd bring the soup out to the sukkah. So that was nice. And just for the sanctification of the day, for the kiddush, it was a different tune, and I always enjoy hearing my father reciting that. Careful this doesn't fall on me. All right. Yeah, so this door was in that shed, which you can't see, but there's a shed over there. And the landlord said I can, throw out anything in that shed. I didn't throw anything out, but if you give me permission to throw it out, I have permission to use it for, as the floor. What's nice about it is a single piece, so it's level. I could have put that on the bottom and then put things on top, but this way I have that on top and like rocks underneath it, like big rocks. So that accounts for the unevenness. So the door is a consistent thickness, aside from the these parts, but the rocks underneath it, those are the ones that vary. So that worked out very well. I was actually going to ask my neighbor. They just moved like 2 weeks ago or so, and I told him, like, you need help with anything, let me know. And he was always like, thank you, never asked. He never asked me. Anyway, one day I hear this like really loud noise, and I go outside. I'm like, oh, he's probably moving stuff without asking me. Let me offer my help. And it turns out he had moved this like really heavy stove, and I see him like attempting to whatever. I'm like, can you help? He's like, yeah, sure. He's moving one of these like professional stoves, the ones that last forever and don't have electric components that break after 2 years. He's telling me that it has a 2-year warranty, and then it breaks after, after 2 years it breaks. And I told him, no, it's 2 years and 1 day it breaks. That way it's past the warranty. But this is one of those heavy duty quality stoves, good quality. So I helped him with that, and I helped him with a bunch of wood and stuff. And I was just seeing the wood. I'm like, because I knew I needed wood for the bottom here. And I just made a note to myself, should I need the wood, I just helped him move a bunch of it, not even to cut or anything, just to use short term. And he was keeping it outside anyway, so it's not like it was in pristine quality. It was good enough to use as the floor for a sukkah, but, and had I used it for a floor for a sukkah, it would not, I don't think it would be in any different shape if I returned it. Potentially some indentations from the metal digging in, but, not really a big deal. Anyway, so I made a note that if I needed to borrow some wood, I knew where to get it from, and after having helped to move all of it, he probably would have been very grateful, and not needed to think twice about it. So I was planning. I actually had that on my to-do list yesterday to ask him about the wood, and I wasn't sure what time he'd be home, kind of thing. So I was like, wasn't nervous. It was just like uncertainty, which isn't terrible, but it's not fun uncertainty. Anyway, I decided to see how I checked in there. This worked out perfectly, and then I didn't even have to ask him. So that was it worked out very well. Checking the deal with the sun. Should be moving this way. All right. Top east. East is, let me do east first. Yeah. Let me just lean this. This is obstructing the view. Let's move it over here. This way you get a better view of what I'm doing. All right. East. So there's this, that obviously originated in Europe. I'm assuming it predates Brooklyn, but, after the construction of the Second Temple, circa, I think it was 72, something like that, Common Era. The Jews a lot of them went to they were basically taken out of, a lot of them, not all of them, were taken out of Judea, which is what the land was called, basically after the conquest. Land, I don't know originally, but the time of the Exodus, the land, of present-day Israel was held by the Canaanites and other, tribes known collectively as the Canaanites, Amorites, the Hittites, etc. Oops. So then it was conquested by the Israelites, and then the Philistines had some of it. So this is why it's good not to be underneath it. I'm okay. Okay, that's good. This was mentioning about top. This it goes on top of the north and south ones. Okay, so then then after King Solomon, there was a schism, I believe is the term, a split in the Israelites amidst the Israelites, and that formed this is secure. I can tighten this, and I know I don't want to take any chances. Probably could have, but better safe than sorry. There was a schism amongst the Israelites, forming the kingdoms of Israel, which kept the name, to the northern area, and then the southern kingdom was the kingdom of Judea. So the Assyrians captured the northern kingdom, and then the 10 or so tribes there went into exile. And then sometime later, the Babylonians captured the southern kingdom. Took a lot of them back as captives to a lot of the... That's where the term Jew comes from, as opposed to Israelite. Being a Jew meant you were from the southern kingdom of Judea. So technically speaking, Moses was not Jewish because, Moses actually never made it into the land. But even his children, or say, King David wasn't Jewish; he was Israelite. There was no kingdom of Judea at that point. But so the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom and took Israelites, and then the Babylonians conquered the southern kingdom and took the Jews, or the Judeans, whatever you want to call them. And that word Judea comes from Yehuda, Judah. That was like the main, the tribe of Judah had a large presence there. Anyway, after the Babylonian conquest, I don't even remember why I'm telling this story, but whatever. It's good history. After the Babylonian conquest, the Persian Medes got control of the area, and then they actually Cyrus gave the Jews permission to rebuild the temple. So that was the second temple they built. So I was saying it about the Europe thing. Gave the Jews permission to rebuild the temple. And then, a lot of the Jews came back from captivity. And almost done with that. And then they rebuilt the second temple. And then, 400 years or so later, the temple was conquered by the temple, and Judea was conquered by the Romans. In the interim, after the Persians gave permission to the Jews to rebuild the temple, the Greeks took over, and the whole Greek versus Persian war. That's in the movie 300. That's what was going on there. So there were a lot of occupations of this land. Right, and there was a Greek occupation, then the Roman. Actually, during the Greek occupation, this was interesting. This whole story of Hanukkah, I kind of knew a little bit about it. And it wasn't until I read a book, like 200 pages or so, I learned a great, amount of information about it. From the time that the Jews conquered the temple, it was still I think a decade or so until they actually were able to get autonomy of the land. I thought, just based upon what I was taught growing up, what I gleaned from what I was taught, what I paid attention to, I thought the story was basically like, Jews got fed up from being occupied, so they went to the temple, went to Jerusalem and fought off the Greeks and got the temple. End of story. everything before and after was much longer than that. So they had, okay, that's the timer. I want to check my battery. That is weird. Test? Okay, fine. I'm up to 3 bars from 2. Anyway, yeah. So basically, there was a lot of between the occupation and just the decrees about what they could do and couldn't do. Jews got fed up. They led the revolt, and they were just like hiding in caves. And the Romans usually marched in the phalanx formation. Judea has a lot of hills, so they'd have to. This is the word defile, meant get out of their the files that they were in. So instead of being marching however many across, it'd have to be like 4 across, whatever. That's when the Jews were able to attack them along these defiles. And this went on for a while because I didn't know either. And top west. So that went on long enough. Actually, I'm a bit rusty. I should reread that book. I got so many books, so much interesting stuff to read. That's a blessing, though. But a lot of things are a blessing. You just gotta know how to see it. Getting a bit hot. I forget the details. Somehow they were able to get into Jerusalem, take the temple, and then Romans still got the presence in. I'm tempted to say Acropolis. I'm not sure if that's the right word. There was like a fortress near the temple, and I think they'd interfere with Jewish worship. So the Jews eventually got fed up with that and got rid of them there also. This is not attached, David. Be careful. Anyway, after that, then the Romans began the occupation, and Jews didn't really have much autonomy anymore, and eventually the temple was destroyed. Anyway, after that, Jews went to various areas, taken to Babylon. So at some point, Jews ended up to the east. Jews ended up to some to the south. So you had Jews like in South Africa, Tunisia, back in Egypt even. And some ended up in Europe. Countries like Spain and France in the west, and some ended up in the east, in countries like Russia, Ukraine. Hungary. So that's if you're familiar, if you're not familiar, and you've heard the terms Ashkenazi and Sephardi. That's what those terms mean. Ashkenazi means Eastern Europe. So countries like Russia, Ukraine, Romania, Hungary, and then Sephardi, which is actually misused, and it lumps together a lot. It kind of lumps together all the non-Ashkenazi Jews. Sephardi means Spanish, and in its correct usage, it means Spain, France, Portugal, those countries in the western portion of Europe. I mentioned countries like to the east, and I actually mentioned countries we had, Iraq, Iran, for instance. Those countries, they call themselves Edut HaMizrach, which is like the eastern factions, whatever you want to call it. They're not the same as the Sephardim. They also had Jews end up in India. I think that might have even been from the first exile. They weren't Jews then. They were, actually maybe they were. It depends if they came from the northern or southern kingdom. I believe they came from the northern kingdom, though. So that technically they're not they're not Jews, they're Israelites, and that's not saying, oh, they don't count as Jews. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what the term Jew means. Jew is not a religious term. It's a ethnic term. When Jonah was asked, they discovered Jonah on the boat, and they asked him all these questions, including, what's your religion, basically. He doesn't say I'm Jewish. He says, worship the Lord, the one who made. He says I'm a Hebrew, and worship the Lord, the God of the heavens and the earth, something like that. I forgot the exact information. You can check Jonah. Probably chapter 2. I'm not sure. Good. That's the friend. Just dry here, so I drink a lot. Especially in the summer, I get hot and I sweat. I need to replenish myself. I was just thinking this morning, it's like, in theory, I have power, everything is solar power. In theory, if I had enough power to power air conditioning or even small units, what I want to in the summer. Sure, if I'm going to bed, I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night because I'm sweating. But aside from that, though, it's this is the tricky part. I was just thinking, why do I drink more? It's because I sweat more, and I could drink 2 gallons, 8 liters or so in the 8 quarts, whatever, 8 quarts, roughly 8 liters. I could drink that in the summer and sweat, however much of that is sweat versus urine, right? Versus what my cells need, versus stuff that gets, water that comes into your body leaves in a few ways: urine, sweat, exhalation, and then just through your skin. And for women, menstruation, and then also some of it comes out in the feces, and those are all detox pathways. So the more you do of those things, the more toxins you're able to remove. And it's thought one reason, there's many reasons probably, but it has been stated that one reason why women live longer than men is because they menstruate and they're able to remove toxins every month for a number of years. I think my dad said I only need 1 for each. I did scan this before just to save time on the live stream. 2 nuts per hinge. I do need, instead of, is it 3? Oh, the nuts are 2 nuts per hinge. Okay. I just want to double check this. The sliding bolt on the outside should be on top of the handle. Yeah. All right. This is good. I just need nuts, not bolts. The bolts are already in. Right. So basically, sweat is a great way to detox. It just occurred to me as I was saying that sentence. I wonder, there's various reasons. If people get sicker in the winter, sure, you got the viruses are not able to live in, a lot of these upper respiratory viruses are not able to live in hotter weather. And sure, there's less vitamin D, which not only makes people more susceptible to depression, but it also, for the immune system. So, those are both factors. But I'm wondering if it's the lack of sweat, you're not detoxing. That makes people sicker. So that's just a thought I just had. I'm not saying that's the only reason. That is one of the reasons. It's like I'm reading a book now about. The book is called Metabolical. It's by Robert Lustig, author, also from Brooklyn. This is the 3rd book of his. The first book was called Fat Chance. Second book, I'm talking about like the main books. He has another one called like Sugar Has 57 Names. That's more like of a pamphlet, I would say. I'm not sure how many pages it actually is. And I think he might have a cookbook also, but I'm saying like the big ones. First one was Fat Chance. Second one was The Hacking of the American Mind. I actually made a video about that called Happiness versus Pleasure, something like that. And that's what that book discusses. And then this last one is called Metabolic. And Robert, if you're watching this, thank you for your work. There's no reason he should be watching this, though he doesn't know who I am. I do plan on citing him, though. I'm writing a paper about fructose, which he discusses a lot. Anyway, yeah, I could use this. In his book, he talks about the rise of obesity, the rise of metabolic syndrome, which is the cluster of diseases like high blood pressure, diabetes, etc. So he blames processed food. Some people blame, and there's all these correlations. Processed food, it's like, you could correlate anything you want as long as they actually do correlate. There's a correlation between the number of people named Jim and the number of people named Caroline, just because, there were X number of people living, 2,000 years ago. Actually, I don't think anyone was named those names then. But, 100 years ago versus now. There's just more people. It doesn't mean one causes the other. Do I think processed food causes that stuff? Yeah, probably. Is it the only thing? I doubt it. It's all these people. What's his name? Stephen Gundry, another doctor I respect. Blames things on lectins, which are a kind of like antibodies in plants, like their equivalent of it. And he says, just the amount of grains that we're consuming. Also, it doesn't, most fruits he has problems with. They're saying the amounts of those foods that we're eating is causing, these problems. Is there a truth to that? Probably. It's just, it's not just one thing. Resolving one thing, would it help? Probably. Would it get rid of the problem altogether? Probably not. And that concept is that in the right spot? No. Good thing I saw that. The bottom one is in the right spot. The top one is not. I might need to get a marker. Get a marker just in case. I believe my markers are still in here. No, I think I'm moving in the other room. That's the problem with cleaning up. You put things in the, where they actually should go. So this is, this room has like all the office stuff. Previously had been in the living room, which makes no sense to have it there, but whatever. Because I had used it for my dad and I were marking stuff when we were making that desk. So it makes perfect sense to have it in the office stuff rather than the living room. But you forget that you moved it. So you clean up and now things make sense, but out of habit, it's not where you remember things being. That's okay though. Did I reset the timer, right? Yeah. What was I mentioning about? Oh yeah. So I am a certified functional medicine practitioner. And what functional medicine is not, and that's not how you phrase it. Functional medicine is the idea of pursuing, trying to discover the root causes of diseases rather than just masking them. And Robert Lustig actually mentions, he kind of tips his hat to functional medicine because he's basically criticizing modern medicine for just treating symptoms. And he says like, I think he says integrative health, or he says something, and functional medicine, get it. Yeah, this is the right spot. Let me mark this actually. It was marked, but not obviously enough for me to see it. I make some arrows. Okay. Start my functional medicine, getting to the root cause. Right. So for instance, That's where my box cutter is. Look at that. This is what you call providence, and this should be its own. Actually, I want to trim this video, make a video right here. I was just building my Sukka here, and I realized that one of the angle irons was in the incorrect spot. I wanted to mark it better, so I went in to get markers so I could actually mark it. And as I was putting the marker back in the box, I saw my box cutter, which I had been missing, which is useful if you use a lot of boxes. Moral of the story is, had I not put this in the incorrect spot, I would not have gotten the markers. I would not have found the box cutter. In short, because I put this in the incorrect spot, I was able to find the box cutter. Okay, good. I plan on trimming that later and posting that as its own video. Let me just see what time it was so I can easily find it. 9:02. Okay, I'll actually make a note here. 9:02. Trim video about marker. About marker and box cutter. That is what I call Hey, tech boy. Can't be here. Oh, great, tech boy. That's your first day. I have no idea when you wrote that. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. Yeah, it's probably a while ago you wrote that. You're probably not here anymore anyway. Tech boy, I'm building my Sukka. It is a hut in which the I want to say Israelites and Jews, but Israelites all collectively dwell for 7 days on the festival of Sukkot. Tech Boy has some interesting videos about gaming and stuff, so you can check that out if you want. Yeah, still in the middle of this. What was I saying about marking that? Oh yeah, providence. Providence. You know, when things just like things happen, things work out in the end, kind of thing. And it's just like you can't really explain it. Like that 13th angle iron is like, why did I try to check? Why did I decide to count them? So, you know, putting this in the wrong spot, providence. There's 3 holes there. It's like, why wouldn't I have checked it earlier? Providence. So I actually have another video called Providence 1. I actually want to make a whole series, and you know, so this video could be Providence 2, the one that I just filmed, live stream filmed with you guys. Providence 2, the whole thing about the marker. So anyway, Providence 1 video was I found a bird in the street or something, and it was dead, and I wanted to bury it. And I did not have any tools with me. Now I carry, when I go cycling, I have a shovel with me because I see a lot of, not all the time, but I see a decent amount of animals. I buried a hedgehog last week. That's another Providence story. When I was burying the hedgehog, a guy sees me. I met him a few weeks ago. Yeah, let's do this another one. Another Providence story. A few weeks ago, I saw someone. I met someone outside after synagogue services. Never met the guy before. And we're talking. I tell him what I do, and he seemed interested. So I gave him my card. Hadn't heard from him. And then last week, so Thursday was a Jewish fast day, and so I didn't go cycling then. I didn't eat. So Friday I did my shopping instead. I usually don't go shopping on Friday. They don't have as much of a selection. Anyway, I left the store. I'm cycling. I see a porcupine on the floor. So on the road. So I take out my shovel. I stop, and then I'm getting ready to. I think I even touched the soil. I was getting ready to make a hole to bury it, and I hear this guy calling from some distance away, and he. I had no idea who he was, and he's telling me like he wanted to get in touch with me, and I thought the guy was like just making it up, whatever. So I'm being polite, and then I recognized him, like, oh, you're the guy from that synagogue, right? So anyway, I gave him my card again, and a few hours later he called me up, and then he came over yesterday. So why did that happen? I don't want to say the porcupine died so that I was able to make some money, and help this guy, but it's the idea about I don't like the expression everything happens for a reason. I prefer things happen, give it a reason, make the most out of it. So yes, there was a porcupine that was dead. Sad, yes. But because I stopped, because I respected it, because I buried that animal, I was able to help this guy and get some money from it. And just a quick word about respect in the ethics of the Fathers, chapter 4, verse 1. What's his name? Ben Zoma. Son of Zoma said, "Who is Ezehu mechubad hamchabed et habriot? Who is honored, who is respected? The one who honors, respects the creatures." That's another video. Look at that. This is 907. I should make a note of that. 7 porcupine story. I mean, there are so many. I just want to check the lighting, make sure I'm okay. It's getting a bit bright. There are so many stories, Providence stories. You could just pass off as happenstance, or you could really appreciate and be thankful for. And I just got 2 of them, just in the middle of speaking, which should have only have happened because I was building the Sukka. See, that's another one. Anyway, I didn't finish the first one. Providence 1 story. I'm burying the bird. I didn't have a shovel with me yet. I still had it at home. I didn't carry it with me yet. I wasn't a shovel carrying member of the whatever. And so I think I was took a cup or whatever, and I was trying to dig a cup or like a cardboard cup. You can check the video. I don't remember the exact details. And, it's called Providence 1, the well-supplied man, something like that. You can do a search. And it's I don't know if I had given up or I was about to give up. But I'm it's taking too long. Maybe I'll just cover it with stuff. And then a guy comes over carrying a bucket, and he asks me what I'm doing. So I'm burying a bird. He says, let me see it. And apparently, he wants to see the size of it. And he pulls out a shovel, and he starts digging a hole. And every time I think he's about to stop, he just kept making it bigger and bigger. Just more respect. Make it deeper, make it a better quality bird. And he digs it. Eventually, he stops. I put it in. And at the end, instead of just shoveling it back on, he takes a smaller one. Maybe I don't remember if he put the soil back on with this, but definitely at the end he smoothed it over with a trowel. Just more respect. And it's just I don't think he would have seen the bird had I not made my effort. So it's because I made that effort, even though I probably would not have been able to succeed on my own and possibly even gave up. Because I made that first step, at least we were able to get that done. So Providence is it's obvious if you keep your eyes open for it. That is. That was a long tangent. I was in the middle of speaking about Europe. So Jews after the Babylonian exile, Jews went to different areas. Some in southern Africa, including Morocco. Morocco's in southern Africa. Is northern Africa, south of the Mediterranean. I was actually reading something interesting about Spanish cooking. It said something along the lines of that a lot of the Spanish dishes came from the Jews and the Muslims. And I know there was a Spanish Inquisition. I don't know much about Muslim history. Were they expelled then also? But I know they were mistreated. And, a lot of their dishes come from Spanish and they come from Jewish and the Moors, right? The Muslims from Morocco. I think that's what they were called. Or rather, I think that's who the Moors were. So it's you don't if you wanna get rid of the Jews and the Muslims, you got to get rid of their dishes also. It's kind of like people who try to boycott Israel. And it's like, okay, we won't use whatever it is. We won't buy this as Soda Stream or whatever. I don't know if Soda Stream is actually Israel based or if it was just in whatever it was. But you have all these Israeli companies like, oh, we'll boycott them. And it's like, okay, boycott the medicines and boycott the computer stuff and all the research and development stuff. It's like, don't do don't do a job halfway. If you don't like the people, I'm not trying to promote boycotting. I'm just saying, there is hypocrisy when it comes to it. Anyway, back to Europe. So, the Jews were living in various areas, and some were still living in Israel, which after the Roman conquest, the Romans, to stick it to the Jews, called it Palestinia. And why would you? How would that stick it to the Jews unless there were still Jews living in it, right? So that's more evidence of a continued or continuous, whatever the word is, continuous Jewish presence. Why Palestinia? Because it sounded like Philistines, which had lived in like area by Gaza in the times of the early the Israelites, David, for instance. So they were like an enemy of the they quarreled a lot with the Israelites. So it's just like, okay, let's rename the area that, just to stick it to the Jews. Let's check the door. How is this? Is this on a slant? I want this to open all the way. If I lifted this, maybe I should just do that. Yeah, I think I don't want to start moving this back and forth because what do you call it? This isn't a good spot for the sun. This is a great spot. This is actually okay now. I think I just lifted the wood and it kind of like settled back into place. If I need to lift it again, not a problem. This can stay open. I can lift it, get this stuck, and this is big enough. I don't think I'm taking anything bigger than this into the sukkah, in terms of wideness. Let me just do a quick measure because I have a cart on wheels. In theory, I might use. I don't know. I think it should definitely fit. 17.5 inches or so. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. All right, good. Anyway, so the Romans recalled it Palestinia, and they even minted coins showing the Jews, being captive, and then some years later, the Jews made coins showing the opposite. Was it the Bar? I think it might have been the Bar Kokhba revolt, which was like 100 and something, like 120 or so, Common Era. So that was just their way of like sticking it back to the Romans. But anyway, the panel one, I have these already organized, and 2 on top. Okay. After the Roman conquest, you had some, not too many, but you had some attempts of Jews to get back, the ones who obviously weren't still living, attempts to get back to their, the land then known as Palestinia or Palestine at that point. And it was not a national term. It wasn't a what do you call it? Geographical term, like Anatolia, right? To refer to Turkey, or the the British Isles. The British Isles include include Ireland, all of Ireland. It's a geographical term, or the Indian Peninsula includes Pakistan, right? So Palestine referred to this land just as a geographical term. And can I put this in my waistband? Yeah, sure. All right. This is a bit tricky. Got it. This one. I was putting that on. Okay, I don't want to forget. I just want to get the nut on so it doesn't slip. Okay, let me check the battery. What was that? Oh, that was outside, I think. I just heard a beep. Wanted to make sure it wasn't my generator. That's fine. Just crank this thing again. I've read how terrible multitasking is. That's fine. Is the camera still rolling? Yeah. All right. We seem to be okay. I read how terrible multitasking is, so I try to avoid it. Just in terms of, sure, you can sort of do it kind of thing, but it's it's battery. Multitasking. I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, we're on 2 bars, and I think I returned it. Yeah, I did. Okay. It just leads to discontent. So I try avoiding that. Lately, I've been trying to avoid that. Anyway, so there were a few attempts, maybe 400 or 500 years ago, 400 years ago, 300 years ago, for Jews to come back. And around 200 years ago, 150 years ago, you started having, the waves of Aliyah. At that point, you had nationalism, and the other countries were getting independence, and the Jews wanted their own, and Herzl was instrumental in this. So you had an influx, and then of influx of Jews, and then after World War II, a lot really came because they realized, that where they were wasn't necessarily safe. But anyway, people think, the Holocaust happened, and because of that, they felt bad, so they gave the Jews the land. That's not what happened. The Jews were, because you had Jews living here and you had Muslims also. A lot of the Muslims were basically placed here as pawns so that there would be a presence. And a lot of them, a lot of the so-called refugees have been living here for not a very long time, but they were, they were still considered refugees because of anti-Semitism. It's, they just make things as difficult as you can for the Jews. So when it comes to refugees, the Muslim refugees are, a lot more exceptions than the other countries have. Let's go. I want to say the Muslim refugees of Israel, of Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say. And the reason I call them that is I don't use the term Palestinian because the term Palestinian was reserved for Jews. It was. I need that later. The Muslims and who were living in Palestine consider themselves part of Syria, Greater Syria. After the Ottoman empire collapsed, started having independence of individual Muslim countries, and the Muslims living in Palestine, consider themselves part of Syria. They didn't, the term Palestine was Palestinian. That was printed on passports for Jews, and the Palestine Post was a Jewish newspaper. And then after independence in 1948, they decided to rename the newspaper the Jerusalem Post instead of the Palestine Post. And then the Jews kind of stopped using the term Palestine. But the term, it was still, a historical term. So come 67 or so, because, up until that point, the goal was just to recapture, for the neighboring countries was to recapture. I just need a washer. That looks okay. I just want to clarify, I am not speaking badly about Muslims. I'm speaking badly about the neighboring countries' policies at that time. They wanted to basically eradicate the Jews, and they wanted to make, get what was then at that point called Israel, and get it and turn it back into, part of Greater Syria or whatever it may have been. So they lost in 67. They lost tremendously. And to do the bottom now? I'm gonna do the bottom. Basically, it's like, okay, we lost the military war. At least let's fight not a war of worlds, but a war of words. So basically, by hijacking the term Palestinian, it was to try to lay claim, this land has been called Palestine for roughly 2,000 years. Therefore, we must live there if we have the same name. And that's all it is. Sure, some of them were living here, but it was very few. And like I said, the exception, the amount of Muslim refugees from Palestine is, if it was another country, would not have been considered refugees. I just want to check this. There is a reason I'm mentioning all this history. Probably should have enough. Whatever. Yeah, I do the bottom now. Okay. Should we do the middle now? Yeah, okay. Anyway, and then so that's the story. Because I mentioned this background just to explain the use of the term Palestine. And when I use it, it's not that I'm saying this, that the land belongs to the Muslim Palestinians rather than the Jews. That's when I use the term. That's the reason why I explain all this background. And the reason why I explain this whole story is to explain about the whole Europe thing I kept mentioning. When Jews were living in Europe before they came to, after the Roman, some of them still do live in Europe, but after the Roman expulsion, the Roman conquest, wasn't an expulsion. Some Jews still lived here, and apparently at the time of Second Temple, 20% of the Roman Empire was Jewish. That's something that my father taught me a number of years ago. I had not known that. Anyway, you had Jews in Europe, places like Russia, which are cold. And remember, I mentioned that for the 7 days of Sukkot, we live in the Sukka, in plural Sukkot. So on the festival of Sukkot, we live in Sukkot. Hence the name. And the question is, why do we do it that time of year? And we can do one of these side ones. I need an awl. I have, or I could just use them now, as we have done traditionally. The question is, why Sukkot kept in the fall? because actually the verse is Basukot teshavu shavat yamim kol ezrach b'Yisrael yeshavu basukot l'ma'an yid'u dorotechem ki basukot hoshafti et b'nei Yisrael b'hotzi otam eretz Mitzrayim. In huts you shall dwell for 7 days. All of the natives in Israel shall dwell in huts, in order that your generation should know that in huts you dwell. I situated the children of Israel, and I took them out of Egypt. So people make the connection between Egypt, the Exodus from Egypt, and dwelling in the huts. And so the question is, if Sukkot celebrates dwelling in huts, it celebrates the Exodus, why don't we keep it in the spring when the Exodus occurred? And do you notice the problem with that question? It jumps and says, if it celebrates the Exodus. It doesn't. It commemorates it, and yeah, sure, to a certain degree, all the holidays do. Let me turn this back a bit. But the main reason is actually, so that question was asked, and then the answer was given for a while, and I was taught this for a while. It made no sense. It said, because the days are getting colder this time of year, so we want to show our excitement for fulfilling the commandments. We do it at a time of year that it's uncomfortable to be outside, rather than when it's nice. Right, because now it's cold. The problem with that is, and I made a video about this last year, it was 9.6 degrees, or roughly. It was, Celsius centigrade. I don't remember what it was Fahrenheit. Or rather, that's what it was Fahrenheit. I don't remember exactly what it was. Centigrade, whatever. Roughly 98 degrees. I was sweating. Like, this is still in Israel, which is where these commandments should ideally be fulfilled. It's still hot this time of year. I need to move this out more. So, the idea we sit outside when it's cold, that was obviously said. That was obviously first stated in, is it stuck? In Europe, where it was cold, such as Russia, rather than Israel. That's the deal with that statement. So then this is why I gave all that background. It was one of the tangents and stuff. The question becomes, why then do we keep it this time of year? And I meant it's the original name in the Torah for the holiday is the festival of ingathering, Chag HaSif. And so we're already having an ingathering, already harvesting stuff. And this was probably originally a pagan holiday. Probably many cultures celebrated their harvest. And so the idea was, keep your harvest festival, but sanctify me. That's God speaking, so to speak. So we basically we sanctified the day by a festival by remembering the Exodus, and all of the the festivals are kept as a covenant. God took us out of Egypt. We became we accepted God, the Lord, as our God. It's as a covenant. That God took us out of, or Lord took us out of Egypt, and so we keep the Lord's commandments and festivals. That is the connection, and thus that's the connection to the Exodus. It's because God took us out of Egypt. We have the festival. We keep the festival and we dwell in huts to remember that God took us out of Egypt. That part is to remember. You know, that's part of the covenant. I don't know if that was clear, but okay, this becomes tricky. I made a video about that last year. That was a long-winded. Can go around. All right. Sorry for the rustling. I just realized I was against my microphone. I have a microphone on the outside. It's more susceptible to noise, but I have it on the inside. It's more susceptible to sweat, that windscreen. So that's why it's there. Is it turning? Sorry for the rustling. That's probably good enough. Yeah, that's tight. Okay. As they say about the guillotine in the UFC, it's tight. This happened last year also. I was building, I spoke for like an hour and a half or so. And then, about Sukka, about my grandfather. And then it's like, I don't have anything else left to say. There we go. I can talk about, I mentioned World War I before. I can mention, living in Sheva. Interesting history, World War I. It's actually a museum called the Anzac Museum, and that stands for Australian New Zealand Army Corps, or Armed Corps, something like that. Basically, during World War I, the Britain had the Australians and the New Zealand troops come. They were battling the Ottoman Empire, and they came and they landed. I think they came through up the Suez Canal. I don't remember exactly, but they went to Egypt, conquered there, came up through the Sinai, and then had camp in the Negev Desert near Gaza, which was a strong for the Ottomans and the Germans. Basically, I learned a lot of this from the Anzac Museum here in the old city in Beersheba. And also, I watched a video called The Light Horseman, which is a two plus. I still have that here. 2+ hour video about the battle, about the war, and it's basically the Anzacs had, and the British had, I think the British also had basically tried to capture Gaza and did not realize that they had, and withdrew before they accepted the conquest. Before they had accepted the conquest. So then they tried to take it again, and they did not succeed. So that was technically 2 failed attempts, and they were having a hard time. So they, here we go, 2. I might need a third soon, but let's start with this for now. Okay, that's good. Put one in there. waistband again. Yeah, that's it. Just needs to be a wiggle. That's the wiggle. Sort of wiggle. Yeah, Anzacs. So they were kind of, what do we do? We need to capture guys, or we need water. So the plan was to trick the Ottomans into thinking that they were going to try to take Gaza again, and they had these. I still have one here. I forgot. They forged some letters to make it seem that they were going to take Gaza, and that they were going to set up a diversion for Beersheba, when really they were planning on taking Beersheba, and Gaza was the diversion. They need Beersheba, meaning the well. Be'er means wells, whether Sheva means 7 or oaks. Be'er means wells. So there was water here, which is why in the middle of the Negev desert, we were able to. Now we have water coming down from Golan, I believe. But originally we had water. There's still the Beersheba River. But this land was important for the British Commonwealth, and by that I mean the Australians and New Zealanders also. So I might just refer to them as the Brits right now. For the rest of the story, rather. I want to say Ottomans. I mean the Germans in Gaza also. So they needed to take Beersheba. So they set up the diversion and everything, and then they marched south and then east, and then came up and attacked Beersheba from the east, heading west. And because of the history of the Australians, the light horsemen would run to the battle on horses and then dismount in the battle on foot, which, I guess there were, since World War I, there was still a level of honor in war, and not not ambushing, whatever. But that kind of leaves you open. You're getting off your horses. It's like, in animes and even in Power Rangers, the bad guys weren't attacked when they were morphing, or whatever it was. When you're getting off your horse, you can easily get attacked. So they thought when they were charging Beersheba and they were spotted, they thought that the Ottomans thought that they would dismount, and he said, the Ottoman guy said, those aren't cavalry, those are mounted infantry. And he's waiting for them to get off, and they just charge, and then I was like, oh, they're not getting off, so they were already behind. They finally start firing the cannons, and it's like, they were able to kill, I think, 37 of the, it was 800 Anzacs on a horse. It's a little tight, little cut. But all in all, they were able to get past, as I say in the movie, they're under the guns, so they were able to get past the level of the cannons, and they had a wall of in the trenches. There's a trench of machine guns. They were able to get past that, and they got into the old city, which was the only part of Beersheba at that point. I mean, biblical Beersheba and Turkish Beersheba are two different things, but you know, the old city of Beersheba where I live now, like I can see the mosque, which is still, it's actually part of the Islam Museum, or the Islam branch of the Negev Museum. So I live close to that. So a lot of interesting history here. And then the rest of the city got built up. So they didn't call it the old city of Beersheba back then. It's like they didn't call it World War One back then, because they knew there was going to be a second one at that point. But they took Beersheba, which at that point was just what is today the old city. And from there, they were able to get water for their horses and for themselves, which was crucial, because that whole march from near Gaza to Beersheba, I think some of the horses went like 3 days without water or something. So that was an amazing story. Could do that later. So and then from there they were able to take Jerusalem and then go up, to Lebanon, and then that's when the British took all, were able to capture basically the Ottoman Empire. This is threaded. Might as well use a big one. I just want to make sure I have enough of them, because I really need them on that wall where I can't get my hand on the other side. Yeah, when my grandfather built this, he threaded some of the angle irons that just because now this, there's garden on the other side of this wall, but it's called, it's called house, house front, house rear. The house used to be here, so you weren't able to get your hand in, so you had to, on the other side for a nut, so you had to use a bolt like this. Good. And 2, 3. I think I have enough of these. If I don't, I can always remove them later, which is kind of a pain, but if that's the worst of my problems. And I like that thought. It's like I made a video about gratitude, and it's just, like if you think you have nothing to be grateful for, just you were watching the video either on a tablet, a phone, or a computer. You were using either your eyes or your ears to take it in. Your brain was processing it. You potentially had some of the following: a roof over your head, family that loves you, friends that love you, all 10 of your fingers, other working organs, right? So it's like when you stop and think about it, it's like if you got that stuff, it doesn't matter if I have to spend another, whatever, half hour taking to remove these bolts so I can use them over there. I don't think so. And that's the problem. People get so bent out of shape out of these little things. You're not able to be grateful for the things that you do have. And so that's the video I made about this isn't going smoothly. That's the video I made about gratitude, saying if you stop and you take before you go to bed or whenever, write down 3 things that either 3 good things that happened to you, or 3 things for which you're great that day, or 3 things for which you're grateful, or mix and match, whatever. But you do that, you're more likely to be able to see the good in your entire life and not let the illegitimately non-carborundum, not let the bastards grind you down. This is tight. I'm gonna just use a regular nut and bolts. And I just use that pseudo Latin expression, but having to change nuts isn't a bastard. It's not a big deal at all, really. It's like there's a traffic. There's traffic. You get home half hour later than usual. It's a half hour. You're home. You're home. You have a home. You got home and you had dinner. Maybe it was cold, but you had dinner, right? It's just if you're able to notice the good things in life and do a lot less complaining, it's rather if you notice the good things in life, you do a lot less complaining. I need my wrench. And it just leads to greater happiness. And greater happiness, I think, probably leads to greater work productivity. greater happiness of others. If you're happy, that makes people around you happy. You got a lot of marital issues, and it's like, if one partner were suddenly to become happy, I think that would help the other partner become happy. And I think marital issues are a bigger problem when both partners are miserable and complaining about the traffic and you need to change the nuts and the bolts, rather than if both people are saying, how was your day? You're saying, oh, it's, and you get home a half hour late to cold dinner. You say, how was your day? And you say, I appreciate the house and the dinner. You could say that instead of saying, oh, I had cold, dinner was cold and I got home late. It's all about how you phrase things. And I guess, where am I picking this up from? I guess, family, role models, family as role models kind of thing. This needs to be moved. Actually, maybe not. I could probably just stick a piece of cardboard there even. I can figure that out later. Actually, let's do it now because this gets heavy a little bit later. Yeah. So when you grow up with family that don't complain about everything, or don't complain much, it's easier for you not to do the same. And if you don't, hopefully it helps if you have role models, teachers, whatever. Don't complain about things either. Why was that? Let's move this a bit. And notice that question, why is that way? That's a question, not a complaint. It's not, why is it this way? It's, why is it that way? It's a question of curiosity. Battery. 2 bars still, we're fine. But actually, I just walked inside and noticed how cool it is, right? Because it's not in the sun. And it's like, 2 ways to look at it. I could come out here and say, oh, it's so hot out here. Or I can say, oh, it's so cool inside. Relative. Everything in life is relative. Was that just not? I could just slide this whole thing forward. It wouldn't be even anymore, but that's fine. I can readjust that. It's okay. Let's try that actually. I just want to move this whole thing forward. Because I got another foot or so over there, and I just got to move this like 3 inches this way. I need to move the rocks. It's okay. Is it there? A little bit more even. And you can actually see the rocks now, potentially. That I wish they were sitting. Okay. It's something is too heavy, is this one. So let's lift this up. Good. See, this is why I want to do it now, before all the sheet metal is on it. It does get heavy. Okay, that should be pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. And how is this? Let's put this in here. Connect this. Yeah. This actually slopes down. You can see that there's space here. No, this is good now. All right, get a drink. I think I was mentioning this wedding thing before. I don't remember if I finished my whole I wanted to say or not, but you sweat. Need another one. Can I use the big ones actually? Let's see. So it's like I could, use an air conditioner. I mentioned at night, it's important to be able to sleep well, but during the day, and in the summer, at the end of the day, I can take a shower. It's not a big deal, especially if I'm home, not like running out and meeting clients kind of thing, whatever. I'm at home anyway. And I sweat. So it's either like I don't sweat and I drink, 3 liters of water or whatever, or I do sweat and I get another 4 or 5 liters of water into my body, which, gets sweat out or so. It's a lot of detoxing I just did. So I could use air conditioner, or I could detox a lot. So that's just something I thought I had. I need to urinate. I want to mute myself. Should be back momentarily. Double check. Because one of the things was loose here. Just want to double check I sound okay still. I know it sound okay. Good. Yeah, one of the cables wasn't. I had to stick it in half wire or something, so it's a bit loose. Otherwise, if I plugged it in all the way, it was staticky. I don't know why. I intentionally got these into the living room, which is right near the door. They were out here last night, 8 p.m. or so. No, actually, I think it was earlier. I think it was probably 7 p.m. I was due before my neighbors went to bed. Also before my neighbors, because I started working 7 a.m. or so. And technically, it's at that point in the day you could be noisy, but maybe some people still are sleeping. The noisiest part of this operation is carrying these pieces of sheet metal out. So I intentionally did not want to do that while people were still sleeping. The rest of this, they're probably not hearing. So I intentionally did the noisy stuff last night. So that helped. I just realized when I was inside that I was already up to number 2. I already finished number 2 out of 11. I didn't even realize how much I had done, probably because I've been speaking this whole time. So my mind's not really on the Sukka. My mind's more on whatever I'm speaking about. About what? How do you say that correctly? Because you're not supposed to end the sentence with about or other prepositions. Whatever about which I'm speaking, something like that. This is all right. guys change where I'm standing. It's not the correct angle. Yeah, so I was just, I didn't realize how far along I got, but that's nice. I think the reason why this had to be shifted a lot more this way, I guess, or whatever it was, I think I wasn't holding that thing up straight angle iron when I was testing it. I'm going to be careful not to go through the glass. This is a bit unsteady, but it should be okay. It's, it's rocking. It's not like slipping or anything. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, I was talking about functional medicine before. I don't remember why, but I got off on tangents about the books and stuff. Oh yeah, I was talking about one thing is the cause. Yeah, and the tech thing. I never finished that. One of the tenets of functional medicine, I forget if it's Jeff Bland who says it, I forget. He's like the father of functional medicine or so. But the TAC principle, or the tax principle, not the tax you pay, is but the tax like a thumbtack. It's that, what are the principles? It's that if you're sitting on a tack, it makes much more sense to remove the tack than to just take a bunch of painkillers. That's the first principle. And the second one is that if you are sitting on two tacks, removing one doesn't make you feel 50% better. So, you might have many underlying causes and they all need to be treated. So, I was talking about, why do we have the rise in metabolic syndrome, etc. It's not just because of processed food. It's not just because of, all these other things that are occurring. Be the change in diet, even whole foods. I mean, Lustig talks about eating whole foods. Gundry would disagree and say, even if you're eating whole foods as opposed to processed foods, depends on what foods you're eating. So Gundry, for instance, could say that, fruits are a problem. Fruits can be high in sugar, high in lectins. A lot of seeds are high in lectins. So, all these things can contribute. And just stopping one might help a lot, but not entirely. I think something with Hashimoto's disease, I'm going to speak a bit more about that. Isabella Wentz, who is she's a PharmD. I don't know if she still does it or not, but she was diagnosed. She was told at age 26 or something that her symptoms of lethargy, etc., were because she was getting older at age 26, right? Somehow she finally figured out she had Hashimoto's disease and was able to put it into remission, I believe, by doing other interventions. And just the amount of people who she's helped over the years, that's a hero. Isabella Wentz is a hero. The amount of people who she's helped over the years, with dietary interventions or other interventions. It just, for people to say, oh, there's nothing you can do about your thyroid hormones. It's like, there's proof right there that there is. What was I mentioning once? Oh yeah, Wentz. So she did a lot of research also, and she showed that something like 70% of people who have Hashimoto's disease, which is an autoimmune disease of the thyroid, where it's not producing enough hormones, your body's attacking your own thyroid, destroying it. You're not able to it's not able to do its job sufficiently. Something like 70% of people who eliminated gluten from their diet felt better with by eliminating gluten, thyroid symptoms, etc. Do I think it was more than just eliminating gluten? If you're eliminating gluten, you're also, you're eliminating your Drake's cakes, right? So you're eliminating other things besides just gluten. People just eating, whole grain pasta, whole wheat pasta beforehand. Well, I'm going to argue, I think even Gundry, who's anti-wheat, would argue that it's or anti, I think he's okay with sourdough. from my own research, that seems to be potentially accurate as well. I think he, even though he doesn't want you having whole grain pasta, I think he would say that's better than Drake's cakes. So there are these people going from Drake's cakes to I can use these. They're going from Drake's cakes to are they cutting out that, or are they cutting out whole grain pasta? So we don't know if gluten is the only variable, but still, that's one thing. But that might not make it all better for a lot of people. That 70% of the people, I don't think they experience total relief of their symptoms. That's the whole thing about it. So, it could take more than one thing. So Hashimoto's disease, if anyone's listening who has it or knows anyone who does have it, I bet you know someone who does have it. You might just not know that the person does have it. You still know the person. You just don't know that information about that person. Thyroid disease, I think, attacks 1 in 5 women rather. I suspect actually, I think Isabella Wentz says the reason why it afflicts more females than males is from all the cosmetic products they use. I heard another reason. I wonder if it was Dr. Tom O'Brien. I forget. Maybe it was Amy Myers, actually. One of them. Dr. Amy Myers. These are all doctors I'm talking about. One of them said that, I forget the reason that the person gave. My suspicion is actually that there's an equal number of males and females who are afflicted, but that males are taught to be macho and not admit that they're having thyroid symptoms, right? It's one thing is a rash, fine. But when you start, there's no shame about having a rash. It's okay for guys to have rashes, but for males to be to be lethargic or to be depressed, it's males don't want to admit that a lot of times. And the males that I know who have thyroid problems tend to be more, affectionate or kinder males. They're not like the gruff kind. So I don't, so what do these, more affectionate males and females, what do females and more affectionate males have in common? Not that they're both being quote unquote feminine. I think it's more that, they're both willing to admit that they have, something's not right. So that's my take. Anyway, so let's say you know someone who has this condition, it could be yourself, even have a video, search for Hashimoto's or something. And I forgot what the video is called, but it's, I list the symptoms. I believe I give a survey you could take and see if you have if you have some of the symptoms. It might be a lot of people. And there's a lot of people. It might be a lot of the viewers who don't even know it. Just for example, depression, weight gain, being cold. If you're the only person in the room who's wearing a sweater, kind of thing, or if there's only 3 of you, then maybe all 3 of you have it, kind of thing. What else? Hair loss, especially the outer thirds of the eyelids. Lethargy, sometimes anxiety, because that's more of a hyperthyroid symptom. But if you could have both, because as the thyroid's being destroyed and it's not really doing its job, you could have pieces of it flake off. So suddenly you get a surge of too much hormone when your body is used to not having enough. So you can go back between depression and anxiety, or hypo and hyper symptoms. Not sure if this is going to fit or not. I might just need to use a regular. I'm careful of my foot with that glass. It's too tight. Not a problem. So symptoms like that. And there's many others. Infertility is a big one, because your thyroid's got to do double duty. So if it's not enough for yourself, it's definitely not enough for yourself and the baby. Not just infertility, but thyroid hormones, I forget if it's thyroid peroxidase or thyroid globulin, or maybe both, are linked with infertility, miscarriages, and birth defects, which is why it's important that if you do have, Hashimoto's or if you do have those antibodies, it's important to not just take thyroid hormones. Yeah, thyroid hormones can help, but they don't get rid of the root cause. They don't address the root cause. So you could still have you could still be producing more more hormone for yourself. However, your symptoms might disappear. Your symptoms are there for a reason, though. So your symptoms might disappear, but the underlying cause is still there. So you could go ahead now and try having a baby, but the baby might still have birth defects. So it's important to get rid of those antibodies. So how is that done? A lot of literature suggests that it's impossible. Literature such as Isabella Wentz says it's not. She's had success with many people. I'm pretty sure she herself has gotten rid of it. There is the chance that you've undergone so much damage that your thyroid is past the point of no return. In which case, sure, you can do some healing, but not 100%. And you might need some thyroid hormone for the rest of your life. Sure, but it's less than you would have needed had you not addressed it. And that amount would have just kept getting higher and higher as more of your thyroid is destroyed, potentially until all of it. So the sooner you catch it, the better. Does this fit? No. Do I need a different one? I could just use a nut and bolt. All right. Okay, use a regular one. Maybe. Let's see. What goes around comes around. All right. Oh yeah. I think I've done this one before, like this. How do I do this? Is there a note about that one being tricky? I still want to talk about thyroid. No, all right, whatever. So how do you fix the thyroid? So there's something called molecular mimicry, and that's the idea that I think it's Alicio Fasano, I'm not sure, pointed out that it might be him, I'm not sure, that in order for autoimmune diseases to occur, you need three things. You need the genetic predisposition. I think I can hold this with a screwdriver. That's good. Cool. When there's a will, there's a way. Or to cite Herzl, im terzu in zu agada, something like that, I think, which is, if you want it, it's not just a legend. I think if you want it bad enough, kind of thing, something like that. That's not the word he uses. Or just cite in Biggie Smalls, Christopher Wallace. It was all a dream, but dreams are cool. I actually gave my students an assignment after we read the first two paragraphs. They were English. They didn't know that much English. I didn't give them too much to read, but I gave them the first two paragraphs of Juicy, Christopher Wallace, right? Biggie Smalls. And I said, I gave them that line by Herzl. We are in Israel, so my students and myself. So they were familiar with that line, and I said, this is Herzl's line. How is that similar to the? How is that similar to the message of Juicy? The whole idea about if you will it, it's not just a dream, and that's Biggie saying how it was all a dream, but eventually he got it. He was never a winner. Now he's sipping champagne for dinner. No, I'm sorry, I messed up those lines. He was having sardines for dinner. He was never a winner, having sardines for dinner. Now he's sipping champagne when he's thirsty. Something like that. It's a good song. I think, that's right. I hold this in place, and then I turn the nut, and then eventually the nut goes on enough that I'm able to hold the other end of it. Okay, so thyroid. What do you do about the thyroid? So molecular mimicry. You got a. All right. So the three things: molecular, leaky. Yeah. So genetics, a trigger, which could be something like trauma, which with Hashimoto's I've seen frequently it is. I think I need to use a different nut because this one's not going on easily. Trigger. It could be mold. It can be an infection. It could be diet. A food trigger. And you need leaky gut. Leaky gut, aka intestinal permeability, is when the tight junctions between the area between the cells open up, and instead of looking like a bed sheet, look like cheesecloth, or they'll look like look like cheesecloth. So there's on a much smaller scale though. So things that were previously not able to pass through are able to pass through. I need different bolt. Yeah, this is smooth. So those three things. So basically, the molecular mimicry, something is passing through the gaps in the tight junctions, and the body is recognizing it as foreign and attacking it. Might be a molecule of gluten, might be a molecule of casein, whatever it may be. And gluten has a similar molecular structure to the thyroid. So if the body knows it should be attacking, gluten, it may begin attacking the thyroid. Now the part I don't understand is if it's attacking gluten and gluten is similar to the thyroid, why isn't it attacking the thyroid from the beginning? And maybe that's because it ends up in the bloodstream. I'm not sure, whatever it is. But that's the idea of molecular mimicry. So if you do recognize your triggers and you are able to remove them, whether it's a dietary trigger, like gluten or casein, as they oftentimes are. I think it's casein rather than lactose for Hashimoto's. I'm not sure. So it could be a dietary change. Sometimes it's mold. You gotta get rid of the mold. Something like cholestyramine is has been useful for that. It's actually used for cholesterol, but it's useful for that as well. There we go. I got it. Nice. Still a bit loose. Could be Epstein-Barr virus. It could be Lyme's disease. These things need more intricate, intervention. I think the biggest intervention, which in terms of the one most frequently needed and the one that takes the most work, I think is probably trauma. What I've seen with my own research is a lot of times it's verbally abusive fathers and daughters trying to live up to trying to make their fathers proud forever. And I've seen this with people in their 20s. I've seen it with someone in her 80s, even. I've seen this very frequently. And just the whole thing about you're not able to speak up. Nothing you do it seems to be good enough. The whole thing about speaking up. Where does that come from? Speaking comes from your throat, right next to your thyroid. That takes the most work. And talk therapy is not the answer. Talk therapy, they've done research. Talk therapy doesn't do anything. Same thing with medications for depression, say whatever. It's like very few people do they help. Something like 5% of people with depression it's because of serotonin levels. And a lot of times these things just lead to tolerance, which means that you just end up needing more of it in order to get the same effect. What's his name? Lustig in his second book, Hacking of the American Mind, speaks about this. He says, you get your first hit. He mentions, he gives the analogy of, the drug dealer on the playground. You get your first hit for free, and then you spend the rest of your life or whatever it is trying to recreate that level of dopamine, but never able actually to reach it. And every time, the more exposure you get, the less reward you get. So you keep giving yourself more and more exposure. Yeah, you take 10 grams instead of 5 grams, whatever it is. Not at the same time, I suppose. But so you give yourself more exposure, but for less of the reward. That's that same thing. Whether it's cocaine on the playground or sounds like a heavy metal album. Cocaine on the playground. Whether it's that or a pharmaceutical antidepressant kind of thing, they both can lead to tolerance. So what are the answers? There's this great book I read called, and this is like a very well-known book apparently. I didn't know that when I bought it, but a very well-known book in the trauma field. It's called The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk. And supposing some people listening, before even Nate gave the title, some people, and if people in the trauma field were listening, I suppose that before I even gave the title, they would have recognized the name. They would have known, rather, which book I was speaking about. It's like 400 or 500 pages. I think like high 400s. It's big. And I mentioned it to the rabbi of my synagogue in Brooklyn. He's a social worker. And I told him, because he had written something, I think he gave the perspective of, Jeremiah the prophet is considered most people ascribe the Book of Lamentations to Jeremiah. And checking the battery again. We're still 2. Checking if I got any more comments. Nope, just tech book. So he basically gave an examination through the lens of a social worker about it. And then, about the Book of Lamentations. So I wrote back, mentioned similar stuff. I had read similar stuff in The Body Keeps the Score. And he was impressed that I was able to get through the whole book. Like, that's the kind of book. It's just long and talks about a lot of very good stuff. So basically, van der Kolk, who's been in the psychiatry field for a long time, I think back when they used to use electroshock therapy even. Basically says talk therapy doesn't work, medications, don't work long term. I think he even mentions, I forget if it was he or someone else, that there's been no long-term studies of antidepressant medication. No, it was Kelly Brogan, I believe, mentioned that there have been no long-term studies of medication of antidepressant medications. I don't know I have not checked that out for myself, but it's an interesting point. It's like, 6 weeks or however many weeks it is, person showed improvement, or X number amount of people showed improvement, or must work. What's his name? Lustig points out a lot about a lot of studies. He's talking about like sugar studies, for instance, about if sugar has an effect on obesity or whatever it may be, metabolic syndrome. There was someone apparently looked at I think this person was funded by the sugar industry or whatever it was, looked at a bunch of studies trying to link sugar and metabolic syndrome, and basically was not able to reach a solid conclusion whether or not it caused it. Then another person came along and looked at the same studies and then added another variable. Were the studies, each of those individual studies, funded by the sugar industry or other similar industries? And the answer is, when you start looking at that, the most, when I say most, I mean most, I don't just mean 51%. I'm talking like 80, 90% or so, I believe it was, of the studies that were funded by the sugar industry showed no relationship. The ones who were not, who were, done independently, did show a relationship. So when you, whether it's the sugar industry or any other industry funds something, it's very easy to fudge data, as they call it. So the same thing with antidepressant medications. if your study is being funded by the medication itself, or or the company rather, who produces that medication, you got some conflict of interest to show that it's useful. So that's the problem. But so you got a 6-week trial. Oh, these clients showed improvement. It's like, yeah, it's very easy to fudge that kind of data, or for 6 weeks, sure. So Van der Kolk talks about sun's over there. I'm just thinking about actually this isn't a problem, and these problems I'm discussing are not huge problems. They're issues I got to deal with, but whatever. Deal is that I spoke about sweating being good, yes, but in the Sukka, I don't want to be sweating too much. The sun is, the south is that way. So the sun's coming like this. So right now the sun's over there. There's a pergola on top over here, which is basically putting this in the shade, but then this is in the sun. However, at the top, I have all this vegetation I can put on top. That should be shielding this wall from the sun. Later on, when the sun's over there, that's when there is an issue. But I do plan on putting up these like sheets or something to block the sun. So Van der Kolk. I need more water than that. I forget exactly what everything Van der Kolk said. It works, but he speaks a lot about that. The first part of the book or so is about like what went wrong kind of thing. Like why are these things happening? The second part or so is how do we get over it kind of thing. He talks about stuff like somatic experiencing, the work of Peter Levine. He speaks about, I could just go inside and read off the bookshelf, EMDR, internal family systems, the work of Albert Pesso. I think that's internal family systems, I'm not sure. However much I paid for that book, it's probably like $25-$30 new. It's a big book. I think I got it used, I'm not sure, whatever it was. That price, even if it was $30 or $35, the list at the end of recommended resources, it's like, you want to know more about EMDR? Check out these books. You want to know more about yoga and trauma? Check out these books. That list alone, I went and bought maybe another 7 books that he recommended. I think most of them used. You can get a good used book for like $7. Good books about a lot of interesting stuff. The $25-$30, whatever it was, would have been worth it. It was probably less if I bought it used, whatever. Even the $30 would have been worth it, not just for the first 400 so pages, but just for the list of recommendations alone. That's how good that book is. So those things I mentioned, yoga therapy, he talks about. There's things like that, dance therapy, music therapy. I think just the idea of like getting into a rhythm, keeping a beat, whether you're tossing the ball back and forth, you have that expectation and things going as planned. You live a life you don't know when your father's going to beat you kind of thing. Like, you don't have expectation, you don't have security in your life. You're tossing the ball back and forth. You get that. The ball, you throw the ball, it comes back kind of thing. That kind of helps reassure you. You're keeping a beat. Things are slowing down, things are becoming predictable. This stuff can help you overcome it. Drumming therapy. These are the things that he discusses are helpful. So whether it's Hashimoto's disease or any other autoimmune or other diseases that that are stemming because of trauma, these are the kind of therapies that have been shown to that may be necessary in order to get over it. So as I mentioned before, it's important not just to take thyroid hormone. Sure, there's like the 0.1% or the whatever very small amount of people that they get Hashimoto's. They don't have enough thyroid hormone. They have hypothyroidism, not because of Hashimoto's disease and not because of low iodine levels, but because of various other things. Those people, sure, they might need those people. For those people, you can address the root cause. The root cause is this weird alteration, it's something like Down syndrome, for instance, or Klinefelter's, all these genetic things that it's not just about epigenetics. It is the genetic thing that can't be changed. So that is the root cause. But for other things, you might need to do trauma therapy, whatever it may be. And I mentioned epigenetics. I just want to explain that briefly. Epigenetics means above genetics. And it's the idea that, and we're learning more about this. This is a truly fascinating field. It's the idea that just because you have the gene for something doesn't mean it's going to happen. Skins, all your cells have the same DNA. The question is what aspect of the DNA gets expressed? So your skin cells create the proteins for melanin. Most people, albinos don't, but I think everyone else produces melanin. You're not producing melanin in other cells of your body. Why not? Well, it depends on what's getting expressed or not, and the trigger for things getting expressed. That trigger can come from your own body. Your other cells saying, there's no need. Whether it be a lack of saying express melanin or something actually saying don't express melanin. Melanin is not being produced. For the same thing, you could have ApoE4, I think it's called, the gene for Alzheimer's, or the BRCA gene for breast cancer. But if I think I didn't read the actual study, but I read it in the third book from the metabolical book by Lustig that let's try that, see if that works. The high fiber diet is helpful for treating, for breast cancer. I don't know if it's treating or preventing, but just because you have the gene for making you more susceptible to breast cancer doesn't mean you're going to get it. Depends on epigenetics, what actually occurs in your life, which that cause it. That's the idea of epigenetics. Whether it be breast cancer or Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia, etc. I think I'm not sure why that's stuck. I think Lustig mentioned something like 15% of these diseases is because of genetics, and 85% is because of environment, epigenetics. Why is it not lining up? Stuck? I just need to bang it or something. There you go. Yeah, the nut on the bottom was catching it. It should line up now. Maybe let's just do this one first. Okay. That's on. You know what? If that's stuck, technically it doesn't even need a nut and bolt. Right? The problem was it wasn't getting into its right spot because it was being held in place by another nut. So yeah, I was just holding this and thinking I'm the nut that's holding it in place. No, I saying enough for another nut holding it in place. Do I need a nut there? Maybe, because in case I do move the Sukka or something. Yeah. It's actually lining up now. I got that one in place. Okay. Yeah, the question was, do I do this one first or this one first? This one first helps line that up, but if I did, I should actually be able to hold it with my foot. I was going to say that I think I can push that. Technically I could peel this back and stick my arm in underneath it had I not done that first, but they both have their pros. And rather than looking, whenever situations have something advantageous and something non-advantageous, or call it disadvantageous, you can look at it as win-win or lose-lose. So you could say, oh, both these situations are lousy because they both have negative things. They also both have positive things, and you got to live with your decisions. And rather than saying like let's say you're looking at neighborhoods for a house, right? Like I'm thinking about moving eventually, so just this past Saturday, I was thinking about if I should be moving into the neighborhood with a lot of I have a lot of Anglo friends there. So I was thinking about that. It would be nice to live there with my Anglo friends. And then yeah, that's good. I know. Shortly after I was thinking about that, one of my friends from one of the Yemenite synagogues here, where I mentioned Jews come from different areas. So the Yemenites, question is, when did they get to Yemen? Whether are they Yemenite Jews or Yemenite Israelites, whatever. But he invited me over. I was there for like an hour and a half, whatever. And it was just like, and I was feeling like, or do I want to stay here with my Yemenite friends? Or like stay nearby here with the Yemenite friends? And it's just like, instead of saying, lose, like, oh, if I end up with the Yemenites, I don't get my Anglo friends, or if I end up with the Anglo friends, I don't get my Yemenite friends. Turn it into a win-win and say, if I end up with my, if I move to neighborhood E, as it's called, I get my Anglo friends, and if I stay around here, I get my Yemenite friends, right? So that's the win-win. And just to make it even more win-win, that's just the way of thinking of it. But to make it even more win-win, I might need a long one here, or I could just, I'm not sure. Let me get a weight. It's a 20-minute walk. So it's like, even if I live with one group, I can walk 20 minutes to the other. It's not a huge deal. So that's just a way to look at things. All right. Good. I was just thinking, I also have the peephole reversed. I did this it actually works out better this way, but I was, just for all you Seinfeld fans, I have the peephole backwards. This is not heavy enough, but if I put my foot there, that helps. That's good. And if I just roll this. No, my arms are not long enough. Technically, I have this thing where I could kind of, as soon as I touch it again. Okay, let's just use a longer one. No, I was thinking last year I live streamed later in the day, and my father was able to watch a lot of the live stream. Could use this. So I was just thinking, it took 4 hours last year. So I'm doing it now from like 8 a.m. my time. If it takes 4 hours, that's till noon. Which, in other words, is one to 5 a.m. Eastern time, where my dad is. Sorry, just getting more water. So I was thinking, my dad. I don't think my dad's up. So I was like, too bad he's not able to watch me, but like, in order to be in the shade for the construction, especially because the metal gets hot to hold, I wanted to do it earlier in the day. But does maybe I think it's a combination of me speaking. I don't mind it taking longer. It's something nice. I enjoy doing it. It's like you don't complain about a birthday party being too long. So because I'm speaking, I think it is slowing me down a bit. So if it ends up being more than 4 hours, it's just when my dad wakes up, he could watch this in theory. Let's see how long it takes though. Here's a slightly longer one. See if it works. So do I have anything? I was like, do I have anything like a weight that's not round, that's square? Look what I found. It's not really square. Oh, this part is. Would that work? I'm not sure. Let me bring them both over. So I got these two things. So I got these two things here. So I want to see it. Let's start with this one just because it's cleaner. Let me just check the lighting and see comments. All right. Lighting looks okay. Oh, that's the door that's blocking part of the way. All right, not bad. Yeah, this angle is a lot better than last year's. I also got me using a better camera. Using an actual camera, not just a webcam. Oh yeah, that should definitely be good. So how do I do this? This goes in. This gets pushed. And then this can be held with my foot. And I am using a slightly longer bolt, which is helpful. Okay, I'm grabbing the bolt, but it's loose. I'm going to hold it in place with a screwdriver, like I did before on the outside. I'm not sure if you were able to see it there then. Got it. Let's get this. Alright. I have all these random things on the floor. They all serve a purpose. That spoon was because I was using it. These three things I was using to mark where I wanted to put this. And then the weight, you know what I was using it for? Same thing as this. So I got the wrench wedged in on the other side. I don't know if it's endorphins or what, but I'm just like feeling grateful now. I don't know if I got a whiff of someone baking bread or something, but like, I don't know. I was just thinking like, happy living here, and I'm near a lot of nice things, near the supermarket, near the mall there. It's just nice. I mean, sometimes after a bicycle ride, maybe it's after like I work out and then go shopping, or after I take a walk for like an hour and then go shopping. But like, I might just walk into the store and just like, I'm just happy. Yes, I like sweating, but like it's nice after a bicycle ride to walk into an air-conditioned store, be around the fresh produce, see people I know. It's just nice, counting your blessings, even when they're small. I think the small ones might add up. You have a lot of small ones. I think those might add up more than the few big ones. A lot of people complain they don't have the big ones, and it's like, you got all the small ones. It's worth more. It's like, oh, I don't have a Ferrari. I don't have this, whatever. You lose sight of the more important things you do have. And hey, what's more fun, a Ferrari or fresh broccoli and fresh produce? Yeah, for fun. As we're less to discuss is fun versus happy. But in the long run, which is more important, fresh produce or a Ferrari, right? This is getting a little bit heavy now, probably, so I do want to make sure. Sukka on wheels. That's an interesting concept. There's all these like specifications of like how distances between like I was talking and forgot to screw that in apparently. The wall and the top, where the vegetation goes, the distance there. Can be, or from like the floor to where the wall begins, can be up to 3 handbreadths. So that's like roughly like 24 to 30 centimeters, something like that, right? It's like 3 inches, so like around 9 inches, whatever. So as long as the wheels are less than 9 inches, I wonder if I could put a Sukka on wheels. I want to get this in. I don't want it to fall again. Gratefully, thankfully, I was not underneath it when I fell. Count your blessings. I remember last year, I was talking about that a lot, counting your blessings. It's a good concept. Like on one of my coaching pages or something, you're supposed to have a motto or something. I just wrote count your blessings. You do that fixes so much. When you're grateful, okay, I dropped a nut. Got more. Kind of tried to hear where it fell. Use this one. In the nervous system. Okay, that was good. I see one over there. I want to get it while I can. The ladder should hold this in place. Okay. Where's the nut? Here's one. Where did the other one fall? Let's see if I can get that. I don't want to spend too much time looking for it. I think it might have fallen like in this whole door system I have on the floor. So like if I disassemble that afterwards, I should be able to find it. All right. Do I have another bolt? Yeah, okay. Let's just be more careful now. Okay, in the nervous system, various aspects. Something called the sympathetic nervous system, which is also known as fight and flight. And that is useful, you're doing your own thing, you see a tiger, saber-toothed tiger, whatever it may be, either you fight or you flight. Either you fight, flee, or freeze. The freezing is useful for yourself. You might not, the animal might lose interest in you. Think of a, playing possum kind of thing. or a mouse that freezes when it's being battered by a cat, kind of thing. That becomes useful. It lowers the chance of you of the animal. The animal might lose interest in you. Also, you have less of a chance of hurting yourself if you're flailing, or than if you were flailing around. Also, just in terms of group dynamics, if you freeze, and I mentioned before, the animal might lose interest in you, or it might not. Suddenly, you're a group of gazelles. Suddenly, the lion, whatever, goes after. It sees one frozen gazelle. It goes after that one gazelle instead of trying to attack more in the pack. Anyway, that's the sympathetic nervous system is fight, flight, and freeze, or freeze rather. Can't do all three at the same time. In theory, throughout your life you can, but not at the same time. And why is that useful? If you see if a saber-toothed tiger attacks you and you just continue picking the flowers, you're probably going to get eaten. So this is useful, but in moderation and at the correct times. To be done acutely rather than chronically. 2 bars still. Cool. It was 2 bars before, and then went back up to 3. So interesting. So chronic. When it becomes chronic, however, that's when you're constantly worried about the saber-toothed tiger. You're constantly, on edge, fighting or needing to flee, kind of thing. Think about, the person who can't be in certain social circles, fleeing, or it's always, oh, what did you mean by that? It's a nice dress. What do you mean by that? That kind of response. Good. Get more water. It's getting hotter now, so I am getting more thirsty. This is an odd angle for the Sukka, but in terms of leaving the house, it's like, I don't know how much of this you can see, but it's like right now I'm in the house, right? I'm taking 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step, 5 step, the 6th step. I'm in the Sukka. 6, 7 steps. This is very convenient. I was thinking about potentially putting it over here between those two what do you call them, sheds, but that gets a lot of southern sun. Maybe a little darker. There, you can see it. All right, get back over here. How much light do we need? That's probably okay. Yeah, that's good. A good tripod is super useful. If anyone's into doing YouTube stuff, whatever, it's a good investment. Oh, the brand is iFootage, so that they make those those Q1C stars, the quick release things, and also the tripod I'm using, which I've only been using for a few weeks or so, but I like it a lot. For my FFF, when I live stream myself playing piano, that's what I've been using to get that angle. All right, I need for the bottom. Okay, fight and flight. Right, so that becomes a problem when people become frozen. And the opposite of fight and flight is rest and digest. That's the parasympathetic nervous system. That's when everything's okay. That's when you can be fertile and have babies, kind of thing, right? Or fight off cancer or digest, and not have diarrhea constantly, not have intestinal distress. Whereas if you are in fight and flight, the opposite is true. And if you're constantly fighting off the saber-toothed tiger, and when you are fighting off the saber-toothed tiger or running off for those 3 minutes, whatever it is, what's important? You need blood in your limbs so that you're able to run faster or fight. You might be sweating so that if you are bitten, you don't taste as good. You might empty your bowels. You can think of that expression, scared, right? And that stems from the fact that if you evacuate your bowels, you're able to run more quickly. So these are all these are all important. Everything that happens in the body, depression is your body telling you, hey, stop doing that. I don't feel, it's telling you this doesn't feel good, so that you don't continue doing it. Whether it's eating a food that you shouldn't be eating, or you're, being berated by an abusive partner or parent, your body is telling you, hey, this is, you could be sitting there and saying, oh, it's okay to be abused, or your body is telling you, hey, this doesn't feel good, get out of there. You don't always get out of there, but that's why the depression exists. I'll do the bottom first so that it is easier to get that in there. It holds it tight. Okay, let me do this one first. So fight and flight. Also, for those 3 minutes or so that you're being attacked by an animal and you got to escape, you don't need to be fertile for those 3 minutes. You don't need to be fighting off cancer cells. That can resume after 3 minutes, right? You don't need to be digesting, right? All these things. Immune, that gets put on the back burner, as they say. Problem is, when the sympathetic nervous system, fight and flight, is going on for, instead of 3 minutes, it's going on for 3 years or 30 years because, of, your parents or your, the abusive parents or a boss or a partner. You got 30 years or so of not being fertile or of not fighting off cancer or, not digesting things properly. So this is how, there's a great book called The Body Keeps the Score. I think might mention this, and there's also, might have come out 3 years ago or so, called Childhood Disrupted, how your biography becomes your biology and how you can heal, by Donna Jackson Nagasawa, I believe. Something like that. Sorry if I pronounced her name incorrectly. She does a great job. She's not a doctor, but or she's not even in the medical field, but she's like a reporter, and she just did a great job synthesizing all the research about this. And I forget the guy's name. I mixed up Alicio Fasano. He's the gluten guy, and then this other guy. He basically was working with a bunch of an obese population. He noticed a lot of people who were obese were kind of somewhat doing it intentionally, whether it was male so that they could defend themselves and be larger, to be more of a threat and to push off, people with whom they were fighting, or people who were, women who had previously been sexually abused or whatever it was, and they didn't want that much attention. I'm not saying this happens all the time, but he did see that pattern. He basically discovered, that led into the ACE study, which is the research with the ACE questionnaire, which is it's a 10-question questionnaire. You can get it online. Just do a search for ACE. It stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. So ACE questionnaire, and it's just 10 questions. Asks you, before the age of 18, have you? And it's yes, no. And it's question, been frequently beaten by a parent or something like that. It's quite, so it's questions about physical abuse, sexual abuse, physical and sexual abuse. Then it's neglect. Maybe it is emotional abuse. Yeah. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, and emotional neglect. And then it talks about like things like regarding the family, like, did you have someone in the house who was arrested or I think went to prison? What else is there? What if I could use the ladder? Maybe. I wonder if I hold this in place with the ladder. No. Unless, where's that weight? Did I put it back inside the living? Here it is. Still in the living room. What other questions are there? Family member who had a problem with like depression or drug use. I think I mentioned drug use. Or divorce. Or a family member dying, a parent dying before you were 18. So I think those are the 10. And basically you add up your score at the end. Every yes is a 1. So your score is between 0 and 10. And the higher your score, the greater your likelihood is not just for cancer, but autoimmune diseases and heart problems also. That was a really interesting study. And and we know why that's happening, because if you are constantly in fight and flight, you are not you're not fighting off cancer. You're not. Can I reach that? That's an interesting question. I don't think. Let's just try. I can. Dad, have you ever done this before or gone over with one hand? I don't think I have. So if you are in fight and flight, you're not fighting off cancer cells. Your immune system is not working, right? As it's supposed to be. Makes perfect sense. So you are in fight and flight chronically. You're not in rest and digest. So a lot of diseases, etc., stem from that. And whether it be the autoimmune I mentioned, or the cancer, or the other things. Why am I mentioning that? This is my. I mean, I'm assuming other people believe it as well. Let me make a note. I can do research about it. I'm curious. I don't have much chance to do it, but I enjoy doing research. Chronic. I'm just making a quick and dirty note here. Not dirty. I don't know how to use the expression, but I plan, before I add it to like my giant list of like research ideas, I want to expand upon it later, because if I just wrote like chronic sympathetic nervous system and essential oils, etc., like in 2 months I might not know what I meant. Probably will, but just in case. The reason I'm mentioning that is that that's actually an idea, Dad, to have the four corners supported, and then keep like a little furrow underneath, so that you're able to get your hands in, right? And then at the end, before you put on the vegetation, to fill in whatever's underneath it. It could even be wooden boards, and then that way, so that you can put your hand underneath it to do this, and then put the vegetation on top. Okay, this is a cliffhanger. I keep not finishing my. Okay, so you have people. Even Isabella Wentz in her book, her second book, I believe it is called Hashimoto's Protocol. Basically, it's written for people who like. They don't really care so much about like. Her first book is called Hashimoto's Thyroiditis, which is the name of the disease, and it's more of like a scientific background. Our second book is more like a practical, like it's not step by step per se, but it's more practical. Like what can you do about it? And people like wanted that, so she wrote it. But so in that book, she wrote, just about various therapies. I mentioned a bunch of them before. She talks about essential oils. I think she says that she's not such a big proponent of it, but like she cited someone who like, I don't know if I'm paraphrasing, but like kind of thing, and she like lists the kind of oils which have been useful for it. Why are essential oils beneficial? I'm not a big proponent of them either. If they work for you, great, right? And that's about it, the extent of it that I get into. And I use oil of oregano as part of my like deodorant kind of thing, but like, that's about it. Good. That's stuck now. I need a nut. Here we go. Essential oils. So, why might they? Why I want to say, why might or why do they work? Because I think they have worked for some people. Placebo effect, maybe. I think there's more to it though. I think that. Yeah, I can just hold that with my hand from underneath. Let's use my hand underneath. All right. Major cliffhanger. So essential oils, you're getting the active component of the compound, whether it's peppermint or orange, whatever it is. Most of the orange is water. Is the water doing anything? Yeah, water is important for your body, but aside from properly hydrating your cells, it's not really in terms of fighting off cancer or depression, whatever. It's like, I don't think it's doing too much. A few other things, but you're getting the concentrated whatever the compound is. In the case of, I think, spearmint, that's carbonol or whatever. That's doing the job. It's not like you're just eating a few, and it's not like the equivalent of just eating a few leaves of peppermint. You're getting a lot of it. So potentially that might be working. Sure. I think the bigger thing though is, I know there's a lot of people who are into essential oils and they might disagree with me. I think the reason, and they would say what I just said about you're getting the concentrated thing. I think if you smell something you like, I like peppermint, I like orange, citrus, right? If I smell that, it makes me feel good. I feel good anyway, but it gives me a little bit of elation. If you're in chronic fight and flight, and suddenly you get something which maybe you did have a good childhood, or maybe and you smell gingerbread cookies, or maybe you smell cloves or whatever, maybe ginger, or maybe you didn't have a safe home, but your grandmother used to make gingerbread cookies and you used to enjoy going to her house, kind of thing. Suddenly you're smelling something which may be nostalgic or just smells good, and it just makes you feel good. So whether you're feeling good because of the way it smells, the memories it gives you, suddenly you're able to breathe a little more slowly, and you're just able to get out of that chronic fight and flight, which so many people have been trapped in for so long. So I think the reason why essential oils really work is because they smell nice. I think it's that simple. I'm not downplaying it. If it works for you, please, I don't want to tell you to use it. I am a duly certified health coach. I am a certified functional medicine practitioner, but I am not prescribing essential oils or anything else. I want to phrase this carefully. If essential oils are helping you, make you feel better, and getting you out of chronic, fight and flight, I believe that is why essential oils could help with Hashimoto's disease, could help with cancer, etc. And this is something which I think most, maybe not all, but I think most essential oil people would probably disagree with. But I believe it doesn't matter which one you use, because you can get these books that tell you oh, you have depression, use orange and bergamot. I'm making these things up, but I don't think it matters. If I like the smell of peppermint. If someone doesn't, let's say peppermint is supposed to help you with ailment A, whatever. If you like peppermint and you smell it, sure, it can get you out of fight and flight and help you with ailment A. If you detest the smell of peppermint, do you think you're going to feel better by smelling it? I don't think so. So I think the most important thing is finding smells that you like. which is probably not that hard. They make essential oils out of like a lot of things. So, if you like the smell of gingerbread cookies, there's probably even gingerbread blends of essential oils, which would probably be cloves, nutmeg, ginger, whatever else they put in there. But that can remind you of the holidays. It's an interesting idea. They don't make it. But for myself, it's like I'd just rather make gingerbread than buy the isolated compounds. I think it's just cheaper and it's more fun. You get to eat it, right? You could, what's his name? Dr. Z, I think his name is Dr. and Mama Z. So the husband is Dr. Zailansky or something like that. I think it might be Polish. I forget. But he and his wife, big essential oil proponents. And though I've said I don't think it matters which one you use, I still respect their work. So they talk about cooking essential oils and stuff. So this is cool. I'm really able to synthesize so much of what I've learned into this 4-hour presentation, which is supposed to be originally was going to be about Sukkot, and it just turned into then it was about the history of this land, and then now it's just a lot about a bunch of health, which I really like. This is my main. It's my main. I like music and I like science and health, and I realize those are my parents' professions. My dad is a microbiologist and immunologist. So he does research in thyroid cancer, and I think a few other things. Aging. Was focused on prostate cancer for a while. My mother, and my dad also is the course director of microbiology and immunology at New York Medical College. My mom is a music teacher. I think, but I don't know if she has resumed, but before COVID-19, she was giving private music, piano lessons to people. Don't know if she still is anymore, but at this point, she's resumed or not. But she also is the early childhood. She teaches music in early childhood. And she's taught other grades before also. She's taught in public school. So that's my parents do feel science and music, and I just realized how much my parents really influenced me. And it's not I have to go into this because my parents did. It's I enjoy these things. Why? Because I got the exposure from my parents? Maybe. I don't think it's just coincidence. I think certainly, I think it's, you could detest your parents and it's oh, my father's an engineer, I'm not going into engineering kind of thing. Or it's I like my parents, what they do, they make it sound interesting. So you get an affinity towards it. I think that's a large part of it. I'm running out of bolts. I know I have more in another container. I might begin using those. Just empty a few more. So I was just thinking, I made a few spoof videos. You can check out my playlist called Comedy and Song Spoofs. The first one I did was Crank the Pipe Fitter instead of Crank the Soldier Boy. That was funny. I got good feedback for that. I did some others, and I enjoyed that. But those were all spoofs rather than original songs. But what I want to do, I want to continue doing some spoofs. But I want to actually make my own music. I'm really getting into music now, especially with FFF. And I want to teach science concepts using music. Be my own compositions. That's why I want to do my own compositions primarily. I was going to get a sneeze. I was thinking about muting the camera. There wasn't enough time. Muting the mic. Should work. I already have one in there. Huh? Forgot. I haven't finished the essential oils thing. I was just explaining why I was enjoying this conversation. Let me finish that. Go back to essential oils, I guess. I'm enjoying this conversation, or this monologue, whatever. It's just all this information I picked up over the years in books and in docuseries and in summits. And if you like health summits, there's this awesome website. And I have a website called davidsdirectory.com. I guess I never put the nut on? I don't know. Anyway, it's like you have a tab like functional medicine, a tab like Hashimoto's disease, a few other tabs. And it's just like the resources I recommend, without getting paid. So many people recommend stuff because they get paid. There's an obvious conflict of interest there. So what I do, I don't get as many views. I don't get as many views as the people who get paid for their recommendations. But for the few people who find my webpage, at least I'm able to give them an unbiased, this book is good, this website is good, kind of thing. And why am I saying it's good? Because it's good, not because I'm getting paid. I only recommend books that I've read entirely, kind of thing. Anyway, yeah. So I've said if I were to only recommend one resource, and I got my whole website is a lot of the videos are myself. So yes, I am promoting my own YouTube channel, sure. But if I were to promote only one resource, and potentially it might be myself, but I'm saying aside from myself, if I were to promote only one resource, it would probably be healthmeans.com. This website has tons of free lecture. It could be interviews or presentations about, it could be thyroid stuff, it could be cancer, it could be depression, it could, whatever it is. In addition to those free ones, it's like $60. Actually, it's like something like maybe 30 presentations or so for $60. The deal is you can buy it for $60, download it, watch it on your own time, stream it online whenever you want, download the audio, get the transcripts. Great. That comes out to be like $2 a presentation. Some of the presentations are worth the $2. Some are worth $1. Some are worth $20. Right. So I think you end up with more than you pay for. What they do though is you sign up ahead of time. You can get on their mailing list, or you can just check out their list of upcoming presentations, and then you'll have like a week or so with or maybe not even a week. Maybe it's only 3 days. They'll stream or allow you to watch in your own time the presentations. So if you only have 3 days, or let's just say even a week, let's say you have a week for 30 talks, I think it's 4 talks on average. Each talk might be, half hour, an hour. Assuming you don't have 2 to 4 hours to watch these presentations, it's kind of hard. So I do recommend buying it on your own time. Buying it, it's worth the money. If not, you can just watch the ones you're interested in. But this is where I learned so much of this information. Between Health Means Summits and then just all those books I mentioned. So it's nice to just have the opportunity to synthesize all this. Because I enjoy the health coaching work I do, which is basically listening to what the client has to say and then asking questions. But I also enjoy the functional medicine aspect, which is when the client has a question kind of thing, doesn't understand why sugar is bad for diabetes or what gluten has to do with Hashimoto's or whatever. It's I am able to answer this. Because honestly, I do enjoy speaking about this, about the stuff or in general. So it is nice to have the opportunity to do so. I want to turn to essential oils. See if a big one fits there. And you can see I'm in the shade now, so this is actually convenient. Especially if the, what do you call it? The vegetation's on top. I wanted to check. I think I did check. I think, that closes fine. Okay. And this is, squared off already. Good. Let's look at a big one. Essential oils. So, right? Whether it's nostalgic or just pleasant, I think that these smells are important. And I think that the reason why these smells work is because they get you out of fight and flight. Fight and flight causes the problems of autoimmune, for example, for example, and then getting out of the fight and flight can help repair them. So whether it's essential oils or yoga, which focuses on the breathing, for instance, it's not the poses that do anything. It's the slowing down the breathing, and that slowing the breathing, having a longer exhale than inhale, triggers the parasympathetic nervous system. So I think it's this one might not be good. I'm not sure. I think that's the reason why all these things work. Yeah, sure. Some of them, like I mentioned, the slowing the breathing works. But why does that work? Because it gets you out of the fight and flight. Why do I claim, or why do I think that essential oils work? They get you out of fight and flight. So I think that's the answer to all this stuff, is just getting out of fight and flight. So the question is, which therapy is or treatment rather, or whatever is best for me. So whichever one gets you out of fight and flight. If, for instance, talk therapy works, get you out of fight and flight, all right, but as long as it's just not, does it just feel good temporarily and mask your symptoms, or is it actually getting you out of fight and flight? And these are questions you got to answer. And from there, you can make your own judgment as to which treatments are best for you. Just checking the 2 bars. This is cool. I like how long this is running. I was just thinking at some point, like what if the mic stopped working, kind of thing. What if the battery, whatever. It's like, even if it's just me, I am, talking out loud sometimes can really help. So even if no one watches this, I'm glad that I am able to say these things. Because I already got 2 YouTube videos I can, make from here. I already wrote down something I wanted to research. So it's, I'm enjoying it. All right. This one does not. Let's see which one's lining up. Okay. Let's get a nut on. There's a picture my sister took of me building my parents' sukkah. My father built a sukkah, for their own house. That's when I was mentioning, if it's just the 4 of us eating, that's the sukkah. The one that, we have the beef dumplings. So there's a picture of me assembling it in this pretty much this exact pose, different sukkah, but, same pose, different sukkah. Good. Since I'm speaking about health already, I remember last year I ran out of things about which to discuss, but this year I'm really enjoying talking about health. I'm wondering if I do this again next year, if I live stream again next year, what am I going to be talking about then? Is there going to be new stuff I learned? Probably. But that's good enough. And do any of these line up? Where it's, you've been using this bent nail for this reason for so long. Yeah, this one lines up pretty much. All right. Okay, so fructose. I don't know how I found this guy, Robert Lustig, but I ended up buying 3 of his books. It was funny, like I sent a shipment from like on a boat, like a lot of stuff, including some furniture, from Brooklyn to me in Sheva. Actually, my dad sent it, but I like ordered stuff for it, whatever. And I wasn't able to put. Then this was like a few months ago, maybe like February or so, whatever. And I wasn't able to put Lustig's 3rd book on it because it came out like the following month. So it's like that new. Anyway, I'm not sure how I found him, but I first found him on YouTube. He was giving a talk at some college, I think, about fructose. And by the way, it's fructose, not fructose, because I learned this. I also have a teaching license in English. Thank you, Susie. I think your name is Susie Entine. You taught me this. The idea about closed syllables and open syllables. An open syllable ends in a vowel. So something like do or toe. Whereas a closed one, instead of the word do, you have the word da now. You got a T at the end instead of a vowel. Or like something like met versus meet, METE, like to mete out a punishment, right? Actually, those are both considered closed, whatever, but the magic E, as they call it at the end. I might need more bolts. I know that that's not attached. Okay, let's do this one in the meantime. For the most part, there are exceptions, but a closed vowel, a closed syllable, has a short vowel, and an open one has the long vowel. So FRU by itself would be fru, but FRUC would be fruck. So instead of oo, it's Now the deal with fructose is that the C in fructose is part of the first syllable, and the T is part of the second syllable. So it's fructose. The word like glucose, the C is part of the second syllable. It's not glucose, or rather glucose, it's glucose. So Robert Lustig pronounces it fructose. At first I thought that was kind of weird, and then I realized it's actually correct. Anyway, he talks about fructose, and this was my first exposure to it. I really didn't know the difference between different types of sugars. I kind of like learned them briefly in school, glucose and the Krebs cycle. It didn't really mean anything to me until this. Once you have an application, a reason to do something, it really means a lot more. And for me, the application is helping people with their diseases, overcoming their diseases. I got to understand the difference between glucose and fructose. So Lustig points out, glucose is used as by the body for fuel, right? And like 20% of it or so is burned in the liver. Is burned in the liver. It does some oxidative damage, not too much though. Too much glucose, yes, can lead to diabetes and insulin resistance. But overall, it's the better of the two compared to fructose, which is metabolized entirely in the liver. And he points out, what do you call something which is metabolized entirely in the liver? The answer is a toxin. So that's interesting. So All right, here we go. I need these guys now. No, I need these guys now. Actually, would this work? Someone's floating around. This works. Oh, there's a bunch in here. How did they? I don't know. I don't need these guys yet. So fructose, right? Liver toxin. It's the preferred fuel of cancer cells. Cancer cells need something to grow. They grow because they're burning raw materials. Those raw materials can be glucose, but preferably are fructose. What this means, and this was shown by Otto Warburg, maybe Warburg, I'm not sure how you pronounce it exactly, like 100 years ago or so, I think, that cancer cells, need, burn glucose, and I think in the absence of oxygen, what are they? I forgot the exact information. But human cells can use either glucose or ketones to burn for energy. Cancer cells cannot. Cancer cells cannot use ketones. What does this mean? If a diet consists entirely of ketones rather than glucose, cancer cells cannot grow. Somehow, I can't make that recommendation. I'm not a medical doctor, but somehow for a medical doctor to say, if you eat only ketones instead of glucose, you can fight off cancer. Like, for a medical doctor to say that, it becomes, a bit tricky, I guess. There's a lot of funding for the sugar industry, etc. If people say, "Oh, you need sugar for your," it's okay to have. Someone even said that recently. Lustig cites all these crazy things people have said, but the idea that you need sugar, and so that some sugar is okay to have a soda or whatever, because you need sugar for your Krebs cycle. That's all I know about ketones. Ketones come from fat, by the way, whether it be exogenous, i.e. from other sources, i.e. the diet, or your own stored body fat. These guys can both use the long ones. Do we have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many more are there? This is number 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 10 and 11 are here. So it's just 7, 8, 9. Why was 10 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. So I just need 3 panel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We are good. We have enough. We have like 11 or so. All right. Cool. One of my criticisms for one of our coaching exercises, when I was doing my health coaching training, we used to coach each other. Actually, it was the final. It was the final assessment. So, like, someone who didn't even know me watched a video of me coaching another, there's another coaching training. Somebody used the word cool too much. I asked my friends. They said they didn't mind. But it's just funny that that was pointed out. Okay, fructose. I'm getting a cool breeze from somewhere. That's the school bell again. All right. All right, fructose. Yeah, so liver toxin, carcinogen. My dad actually pointed out to me. I think back at that point I didn't know anything about different types of sugars. I don't think I really knew until Lustig. So Lustig, if you're watching this again, you opened my eyes about that. My dad was visiting me when I was living in Jerusalem. And he came back from a conference and told me that he learned that fructose was a carcinogen. And I'm just thinking, like, what's fructose? I mean, I knew it was a sugar, but I didn't know much more about that. And from the name, I kind of assumed it was in fruit. But at that point, I'm thinking fruit are natural, fruit are healthy, right? Anyway, so Lustig's argument is that actually this one is nice and long. I want to save this in case I need it for later. Lustig argues, and he cites, I have to read these original studies, he cites that fruit are okay to eat, even though they have fructose, because they have fiber, which balances off the fructose. My argument, and I plan on writing a whole paper about this and other things in the middle of it, is that you got something like an avocado, which has very little fructose and lots of fiber, versus something like a grape, which has or rather very little fiber and lots of fructose. So the whole argument of like, oh, it's got fiber, you can't say that when the ratios are totally different for different fruits. You can't put all fruits in the same category. And the whole thing about fruit being natural, Stephen Gundry I mentioned, points out that just because something's natural doesn't mean it's healthy. I think he talks about dog feces being natural. Oh no, he says rat droppings. That's the word he uses. Right, but people don't go around eating that because allegedly it's healthy. Good. I keep forgetting only the between the middle. So this is panel 4, 5, 6. Only between 4 and 5, and between 5 and 6 you don't need at the ends. I keep forgetting that. Should just make things move a little bit faster. So one thing I mentioned in the paper so far, I believe, is that up there still. Just because something is natural doesn't mean it's healthy, and just because something is not natural does not mean it's not healthy. You can have artificially made. I made isopentyl acetate. I made in an organic chemistry lab in college. That's the compound that's in banana. It naturally occurs in banana. The only difference between that and the one I made is that I made that one instead of a plant making that. They have the exact same effect on your body. So the isopentyl acetate I made in the lab is no different. Is no less healthy than the one that's in fruit naturally. So natural and artificial don't always mean a bad thing. Most artificial colors are unhealthy. Classic one being the one in Mountain Dew, I believe, killing sperm or something. You could, in theory, go ahead and make those same compounds artificially. Those would be classified as artificial colors. I think you might even call them nature identical. I think if you see on a pack on an ingredient list, nature identical, whatever it is, I think that means that it's an artificial color or flavor. I think it's usually flavor, but it's the same compound. It's not like juicy fruit, which actually does not occur in nature. It's an ester based upon compounds that exist in nature. There's no reason to assume that juicy fruit is bad for you, though. I don't know one way or the other, but I don't see any reason to think it is. Natural versus artificial. You got nature identical compounds. It just means that it's the same way that it occurs in nature, even though in the lab. So the argument of natural versus artificial is not correct. And like Lustig talks about artificial, about processed food. I know what he means. It's not the right term. I know what he means though. But something like sourdough, which is much more digestible. I think even people who are not huge fans of it, like what's his name, Dr. Tom O'Brien, who goes by Dr. Tom, another person I respect a lot. He he was actually just asked. He posted a video on Facebook or someone, one of his team members, whatever. If sourdough gets rid of the gluten, and he answered no. From what I've read, the answer is yes, even if not all of it, a large amount of it, whatever it may be. Back when I first got into sourdough in Syracuse, roughly 10 years ago, I read it wasn't even a case study. It was like an anecdote. Someone wrote that, I forget if it was the husband or the wife, but one of them wrote that he or she could only eat the sourdough that the partner made, I think, the spouse. But to not eat, his or her own sourdough. They were using the same starter. They're using the same recipe. What was the difference? One of the partners was kneading it for longer. The spouse, I think, was kneading it for longer, and that dispersed the bacteria further, which allowed for the bacteria to reach all the gluten or most of the gluten and break it down to the point that the person was able to eat it. And I do believe that this person was a celiac, or had celiac disease rather. I'm not saying if you have celiac disease, go ahead and buy sourdough and eat it. What I am saying is that there was an anecdote where someone with celiac disease was able to eat it. What else did I want to mention about that? I don't remember. Anyway, someone so Tom O'Brien's still not a big fan of sourdough. He's probably a bigger fan of sourdough than he is of, non-sourdough bread. But so even he, I think, like I mentioned, is healthier. It's processed though. What are you doing? You're grinding. You're taking the fruit. You're taking out the seeds, just the seeds, right? You're grinding it. You're fermenting it. You're baking it. This is all processing. It's processing in a healthy way, though. So not everything that's processed is unhealthy. But the thing is, when people talk about processed food, they mean stuff with sugar added, etc. Or everything, sugar and a lot of times salt, or things that that have the same amount of sugar but have the fiber stripped. So like white flour instead of whole wheat flour, kind of thing. Interestingly, which Stephen Gundry argues is healthier. He claims it doesn't have as much lectins, as many lectins. He points out that a lot of these ancient cultures, whether it's the Japanese with their soba, which is actually more of a recent one, that's from the Edo period of Japan. That's about all I know from Japanese history, the Edo period. I think Edo turned into Tokyo or something. Other grain, he talks about Italians and their pasta kind of thing. He says that they got rid of their bran and bran and germ, and it was healthier for them. They might not have known about lectins, but for whatever reason, they realized if they remove that stuff, they are healthier. Do I agree with him? I don't know. What I also do know, and he's a big proponent, he points out, for instance, that quinoa, which is touted as a health food, superfood, he points out the Aztecs who would eat it, would soak it and then ferment it and then cook it. People who do it now, who prepare now, you generally just cook it, just the last one. It's not just quinoa. He talks about a lot of these seeds that have been prepared differently. Something I knew for years, like 10 years or so, since I was making sourdough. I did it almost daily for many years. Is that seeds, ancient cultures either sprouted or fermented their seeds. So a lot of these Japanese products with soy, for instance, tofu, tempeh, and natto, a lot of them are fermented. Seitan, I believe, I'm not sure if seitan is fermented, but it's a gluten. The quick funny thing about seitan is isolated gluten. My friend was trying to avoid gluten, so she went to the restaurant and got seitan, and I was just like, "That's isolated gluten. That's it. That's it in its purest form." That was funny. I'm just trying to use as many of these original nuts and bolts as I can. Oh, we're already up to the next panel. Oh, we got more here. Cool. I said cool again. Reason why sprouting or fermenting. Sprouting and fermenting are important because it's not just the gluten; it's the lectins, it's the phytic acid, which I believe all seeds have. So gluten is a store of this thing's on wheels. Right, this is a lot easier to move than a whole table, and this is the first time I have to move it. This is really convenient. Let me actually move it to a place because I have to move here next. Let me move it over here or something where it won't be in the way momentarily. Whatever. Phytic. So gluten is a store. It's in seeds, some seeds, so that when they grow, when they germinate and begin and turn into a little plant, they already have some amino acids. They can break it down into amino acids that they can use to grow. Phytic acid is the same idea. I believe it is in all seeds. It is a store of phosphorus, and it is negatively charged. Largely negatively charged. I think it's got 4 negative ions on it. Not ions if it's bound. 4 negative charges on it. 4 phosphate groups. So that it can provide phosphorus for the seeds when they sprout. Okay. And I need to do that by hand. This one has only 2, okay. Yeah, that one was not tight. All right, I lost the nut. Okay. So the phytic acid, I mentioned it's a largely negative molecule. What that means is if you have positive things floating in your digestive system along with these things, the negative molecules bind to them. So what's positive? Things like calcium, magnesium, manganese, iron, all these cations, things from generally the left side of the periodic table, all these minerals you need. So if you're having phytic acid, even if whether you're getting these minerals in your diet or you're getting them in supplements, there's a chance you're not. They're just being excreted through, from your anus without being assimilated into your body because of the phytic acid. So, what does fermentation do? Fermentation lowers the pH, so that phytases, enzymes which break down phytic acid, can break down the phytic acid. What does sprouting do? Sprouting begins the process of the seed turning into a plant, so that that's the whole point of the phytic acid is there, so that the plant has the phosphorus. The phytic acid gets broken down and it's turning into a plant, and then boom, you do whatever you want with it. Yeah, you cook it, fry it, you put it in a stew. That's Lord of the Rings reference. you could put them in the salad. I mean, they're still more digestible if you cook them first. I actually made hummus one time. I sprouted chickpeas and I think green peas. After I sprouted them, I dried them out. Then I milled them, and then mixed it with water. Don't remember if I cooked it or not. Probably did. And then I fermented it. So, a lot of people who just cook their seeds or just eat them raw even, I cooked, sprouted, and fermented them. So that was a really digestible form of hummus. This is how ancient cultures did things. In Gundry's book, he talks about one of his patients thinking that that her grandmother was crazy for always sprouting the seeds or whatever it was, and she learned the hard way that that's how you make it digestible. I need a nut for that. No nut, a bolt, a big bolt. So yeah, it's all seeds, I think, which have phytic acid, which is why it's important to prepare them thusly. A little phytic acid is not bad. It's even been discussed for anti-cancer benefits. It's interesting. You don't know everything about it, but it's like walnuts I used to ferment. It kind of makes the whole pickle, like I ferment between 2 and 4 cups of vegetables a day. It takes two. I use my sourdough starter. It takes 2 days to ferment. So every day I have a fresh large amount of pickles. I used to add walnuts to it, but it would make the whole dish taste kind of funny. So yeah, I have some walnuts without sprouting them or fermenting them. I try cooking them though. Still at 2 bars. I like to steam them on top of a dish. I find that absolutely delicious. I find it tastes like chestnuts, like roasted chestnuts. It could just be me, but whatever. It's cool. It's that brings every half hour, and it's able to give me a little opportunity to check my progress. I'm up to I'm in the middle of panel 9 now. I realized I might need to bring the camera closer because after panel 10 and 11 you can't see anything, and I'm still working inside the Sukka, so I might need to change the camera angle. I could also open this up, but I'm not sure how much that would help. Cool. Dad, you mentioned about lifting this up. I think you were talking about getting these things under. I'm not sure. I could, in theory, that would be on top of this. I don't know. Top of the vegetation. Whatever, this works. Okay. Use stuff for the bottom. Could use more of these. I still want to save at least 1. Do I have them all? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good. So I have 2 more panels. I need just 1 in the middle here. And then that's a small one. Good. And then, so I only need 1, 2. Do I have 3 of these? Yeah, I do. Good, at least. Yeah. So I am sure I'm getting some phytic acid, and I'm sure I'm losing some of my cations. But I take it's not a gram of calcium. I forget how much. There's other stuff in there also, but maybe it is a gram of calcium. I forget. But it's I don't have much calcium in my diet, so I supplement with it. So even if I lose some to phytic acid, whether it's in the walnuts or any other seeds I may have, I'm assuming black pepper has it also, but you don't see people sprouting black pepper. You don't have that much of it, whatever. So sure, I have some phytic acid, but it's not a lot. If I do make a large quantity of a grain, I usually do ferment it first to sprout it. Usually ferment. This is being a little tricky. I think I just need to push this to the other side. Where's that? There you go. Maybe I have 2 of these. So yeah, that's the deal with sprouting stuff. plan on making individual videos about a lot of these topics. Like I wanted to make a video for a while about the sourdough. I tried filming it twice. Things happened. I need to use a small one, which is okay. It's not a problem. Yeah. Okay. This works. Oh, there's the nut. Yes, I might make individual videos about these topics. And for anyone who's watching this whole probably 4 to 5 hour video, you get all the individual videos already in one. Did I finish tightening this? No. Okay, that's good. Now I'm pressing the back of this wall. It just feels the same as like the angle iron. It's just, it's on there, strong. Okay, let's trade places. Good. Yeah. So the pergola and this wall of the house, cast a lot of shade on this, and the vegetation on top should, shield the top the whole time. And it's only a question over there, afternoon between maybe 3 and 6 p.m. that I should be getting direct sunlight, but I should be putting up the cloths. I might not put the cloths up. Probably won't put up the cloths today. And I know Daddy mentioned putting the ropes on. I might just put them on the wood even afterwards. Just like ropes like that even. I can figure it out. The cloth also I want to put up when the sun is, in its, when the sun is actually on the sukkah. So I see exactly where I put them. That means I might be working in the heat, but it should not take too long. I'm not sure if it was going to fall, so I just had my hand up in case. I need 2. This one's not going so well. Okay, that's 1. That's cool. That floor looks very good. I know it looks weird, but it's functioning well. It's on fairly tight. I need 1 more, which is perfectly. I hardly need any of the new stuff. Yeah, I'm basically up. All right. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 2 more nuts. Good. Dad, I think you gave me these new ones when I went to Syracuse. I'm not sure. This just needs to put up here. Actually, I need where's the lid? Awesome. I didn't say cool that time, I said awesome. All right. You know, even though it's hot, it's cooler now than it would be. I was doing this 3 in the afternoon, say. Especially like my head's is in the sun, but like my legs are not, for instance. Oh, there's cat prints up here. That's interesting. There's a lot of dust on top of this pergola, but I can see cat prints, which means that cats have been climbing around on top of it, or at least one cat. Right. So, it's not that hot. Only my sun, only on top of my body is in the sun. B, is not the heat of the day. C, even if it was, this is not a very, this is not the hottest time of the year. July and August are much hotter. And, D, even if it was the hottest time of the year, it's still only hot to a certain extent. It doesn't get like 140 degrees here. And D, even if it was, you deal with it, right? So it's just, a lot to be grateful for. All right, let's do this one. I can't think of what else to discuss. Just one thing popped into my head. Cinnamon. The stuff that, if you're in the States and you buy cinnamon, that's probably not cinnamon. That's probably cassia, and it's similar. But cinnamon, like true cinnamon, is actually called in Latin cinnamomum vera. True cinnamon, right? Vera means true, like that whole thing in Harry Potter, the vera something. Also veracity, verify. So cinnamomum vera, it's hard to get in this. No, actually, you can get in the States if you're just in a regular supermarket, you probably don't have it. But if you're like in a health food store or something, you can probably find it, or maybe an Indian store or something. That's like the red hot flavor. It's different than regular than cassia, and in Hebrew, in Mishnaic Hebrew, right? So Hebrew from 1700 years ago or so, it talks about cassia, which is cassia, and cinnamon, which is cinnamon. So they are two different things. No, I'm going to put this in the sun so you can see it. It doesn't affect whether or not you can see me. All right. Did I do everything? Okay, yeah. So I just need. All right. After the panels, I got to put on the cross beams for the vegetation and the vegetation. So cassia, it's not that cassia is unhealthy or anything. It's just a different plant, and for whatever reason, that gets called cinnamon in the States. It's kind of like the yams and sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are dicots. They're into morning glories. Yams are monocots. So though the part that you eat looks very similar, the rest of the plant looks totally different. But sweet potatoes in the States, sweet potatoes that are sold in the States are oftentimes called yams. And it's hard to find yams. You got to go to like a store, like a Chinese store oftentimes has, or a store that sells like Caribbean or African products might have. Different creatures. but according to Stephen Gundry, they're both good for your. I don't know if he discusses both, but I think he says they're both resistant starches, meaning that they both feed your gut bacteria. Around 2 pounds of your body is bacteria living inside your gut. Excluding red blood cells, you got as many bacteria in your body, bacterial cells, as you do human cells. That's interesting. Someone like me who eats a 2 to 4 cups of pickles a day, I think I probably have closer to 4 pounds of bacteria in my gut. And there's an interesting exhibit in the American Museum of Natural History in Manhattan about the diversity of bacteria, of gut bacteria, gut flora, as they sometimes called, in different tribes, different populations. So the less developed a country is, oftentimes the healthier their gut bacteria is. So yeah, I mean, development of countries is oftentimes good. You're not dying of tuberculosis, etc., which that's no small thing. But a lot of the American, what they call the standard American diet, the SAD, the SAD, or the modern American diet, the MAD, the MED, is oftentimes depleting your, is not feeding your gut bacteria. So what I've said before is that if you could get like the if you could get Western vaccinations and lack of tuberculosis, etc., combining that with Eastern diets. I'm talking about old Eastern diets, not like modern Indian and modern Chinese diets. I'm saying like old, ancient Indian, ancient Chinese diets. Like that's one healthy organism we got there. But it's hard for people to give up their sugar, etc. I get it. I'm not agreeing with it, but I understand it. I used to like sugar also. It's funny, the longer you go without it, it's like when I gave up sugar, it was a little bit hard. It's like, yeah, sure, I missed the donuts or whatever it was. But like, it was, I had a goal and something was more important for me. So I was able to do it. But eventually you go long enough without it, your gut bacteria change. And it's thought that a lot of these cravings come from the bacteria themselves. They're producing compounds, etc., saying like, "Oh, get me more sugar, get me whatever it is." No, can't reach. Should do another long one. Can I lift? Is this? No. I just need to use this again. This was never, I never had something blocking the door before, so that's probably how I did it. But I went long enough without without these foods, whatever they were. I stopped craving them. My gut bacteria changed, and now it's like, do I remember what a donut tastes like? Sure. Do I think it tastes good? Yeah. But like, I'm not craving it anymore, and it's like I'd rather eat a piece of broccoli now. A piece of broccoli, a hot cooked piece of broccoli with olive oil and garlic. Like that sounds a lot more delicious to me right now than a donut. So it does change. So I understand it is difficult to give up, sugar, etc., but it does become easier. Let me put this one in first, see if it helps. Yeah, so I was mentioning cinnamon and cassia. interesting. People who are taking, so cinnamon has a compound called coumarin, which is similar to the drug Coumadin. Guess which one came first, right? And people who take coumadin are even advised not to have cinnamon too much because, or rather, when they say cinnamon, they mean cassia, because it can interfere with it. Or I think when they say interfere, it's more that it does the job of the medicine, of the medication. It's kind of like blood thinners. People who are on blood thinners aren't supposed to have too much garlic or ginger. Why? Because those things thin the blood. So, hold a second. You're not supposed to take these herbs or eat these herbs even. It's things that you normally have. It's not like, plants you've never heard of before. It's things that are in, most people have to some frequency. You're not supposed to have them because it does what the medication is supposed to accomplish and does it too well. So it's just like, hold on a second, you're saying that these medications, that these plants do what the medication's supposed to do, so you're not supposed to take the plants? How about you're not supposed to take the medicine, right? Like, I can't say that, but right, I'm not allowed to tell you to get off your medicine, but I am allowed to say, however, just as an applied ecologist, even someone who has studied plants, that plants sometimes may do the same thing that the medications do. A lot of medicines are modeled after plants. Salicylic acid is modeled after salix, aka willow, which is gathered as part of the Festival of Booths of Chag HaSukkot, the Festival of Sukkot. A lot of these medicines are just modeled after these plants and then changed slightly so that they can be patented. So that's the thing with the cinnamon. Cassia has a large amount of coumarin. So in theory, it could interfere with, or if not interfere, it could be too much if you're having, if you're on Coumadin. Cinnamon, however, has something like 1,000th of the amount of coumarin as cassia. So, like, you can, that's that. Unless you're eating 1,000 times as much cinnamon as you are cassia, like, you can get away with that kind of thing. It's like the last one. It's the hardest. I saw one more actually, and then I gotta start working on the top. And it gets screwed this way, so this needs to be. Actually, that's funny. I put the rock on that cement thing, whatever, on the other side of the roll. And then I put the ladder in front of it to hold the cement thing. I put it there so that just to push the bolt in to here so I'd be able to get the nut on. It's actually holding the nut still, unintentionally, but it is so that I'm able to turn this nut without turning the bolt. I'm just remembering my dad has this like yellow ratchet that we'd use so that we wouldn't have to keep turning it and then taking it off and having to reposition it. That's pretty good. All right, I got one more here. So if you look carefully, you can see the bolt sticking out. And I think the deal with that one is that I have to use a long one. I do need to have enough of these for the wood. How many do I need? Do I need long ones? It's 5 voltage. I don't need the long ones anymore. It's not going through the tarp. I don't need a tarp because it doesn't rain here. It doesn't rain in Israel between like the 6 months of the summer, the extended summer. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get more water. Maybe not in that order, so I'm going to mute myself. I just checked the timer and reset it. We are at 1 bar. Time to change the batteries. So you probably won't hear it for a moment. That's okay. I'm going to mute myself again. Batteries are in. I'm just checking. Make sure everything sounds like right again. Test 1, 2. I sound good. All right. Always important to check your. I've had so many recordings I didn't check my own audio and there's like static or something. It was funny. I was on the way back from the bathroom. I think I was opening windows, or closing windows rather, because it's beginning to get hot, and like totally dark probably. Just closing windows because it's beginning to get hot, and and I just saw on the floor this, and it was apparently it had been stuck to one of the panels because I had moved the panels into the living room last night. I mentioned, or last afternoon, late afternoon, and this was where the panels had been. I didn't even notice it. So it's on the floor, and it says tabernacle decorations. This is a reference to my sister's handwriting. This is a reference to Bubby's boarding house, to Passover at Bubby's VHS from when my sister and I were kids. And one of the characters is busy with Passover decorations, and like Passover decorations, they don't, it's not really a common thing. So tabernacle, that's Sukkot, is also called. Oh wow! I just realized what it was. That's funny. Am I too dark? Am I blurry? I'm probably all right. Whatever. I saw it was Sally. Sally is my little friend who, Sally was here on the, on that white cart. Sally's in most of my videos. I saw this on the floor and I picked it up. I realized it was Sally. My family Sukka, when they decorate it, there are these eggplants that like plastic eggplants that for some reason creep out my father. And my sister and I have a joke about it, whatever it was. We were discussing yesterday. I think she asked you, "Are you going to decorate it?" Last night. My sister was in Israel, like a month and a half ago. She asked, which is when she put this. I had no idea. And she just asked, "Are you going to decorate it?" And I'm like, "Well, maybe if I have some eggplants, right?" And it's Sally inside an eggplant. It's just like, I can show it. Let me make this a little bit better. Let me change the zoom. Right? And let me make it a little bit less sunny. Right? So there's Sally in an eggplant. Like, that's perfect. Thank you, Cheryl. That's funny. I was thinking like, oh, I ruined the surprise. I saw it was Sally when I was inside. And then like I saw it was Sally in an eggplant. I'm glad that was on camera. I don't know where to put it yet. Just hang it, put it here for now even. All right, cool. Actually, no, I don't want it to get sun. I don't want it to get bleached. So I want to put it somewhere it would be in the shade all the time. Put it here for now, whatever. Cool, that was fun. I got to put one more in. I got to change the lighting again, I think. Oh, and the focus. Oh, yeah. All right. Probably want to zoom out a bit even because I want to work on the roof soon, which you can't see. I might even just change the angle eventually. Okay, that seems to be all right. I gotta put one more in. I think I need a long one. Actually, let's see if a short one works. It would be funny if I don't actually need a long one. I've been like saving the long ones all along in case I needed one. I might not though. I'm not sure. I have to double check. I need 10 long ones for the cross beams on the roof. Let's see if I have 11. Let me push this in with a screwdriver, see if that helps. Yeah, let me just double check if I have enough long ones. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I have a smaller long one. This is probably the one I had been using. It even has a washer on it, which makes me think, because this one does have a bit of a big gap. Maybe this is the one. I'm gonna write a note to use this one. Because it's always like, oh, I'll remember next year and I don't, or it's like, whatever, I'll worry about it next year and then I do. So it's whatever I write down, it just really helps simplify things for the future. So now you can't see me right now, I'm just getting things ready. I do plan on moving the camera momentarily. Oh, I know which angle I want to do. This is why the thing is so cool, the sea stars. I make a note in the pen. Pen is inside. And so is my other tripod. By the way, this is the tripod I want to use next, right? It's actually cool. I like that. To left of panel 11, use a long bolt, not screw. We used to attach the cross beams with screws, but then eventually it was eating into the wood, and I'd have to, every time you screw it in, you lose a little bit of wood, and I would have had to eventually replace the woods. And it's like, these are the woods from my grandparents' Sukka. I don't want to have to get new ones, so I just drilled holes, and now I just use bolts. All right, so here's where I want to show you what I'm doing inside. This is actually, you can't see it really. This is my tripod. And on top, I got this plate. It's a quick release plate. And on my current tripod is a quick release plate. So check this out. I take this, put it on the floor. And I gotta be careful about that thing. It actually should be okay anyway. I gotta make sure this doesn't get unplugged. All right, here we go. Boom, suddenly everything's moving. And just line this up. This is taking longer than usual because I'm plugged in and I'm live streaming. But there we go. Just like that, I just changed tripods. But, right? Here's the old tripod. Oh, gotta be careful. Here's the old tripod. It also has a quick release plate on top. That's what I had been using. Now I'm using that small one. Why? Because it got a really low angle. Sure, I could have gone on a low angle with that tall tripod, but it takes a lot more work than just using that quick release plate. So, Dad, you brought these to me. Thank you. Super useful. Let's keep this straight. Let's tell the other thing instead. Bam. Let's focus. I'm not sure how much into the Sukka I wanted to be. Let's get a little bit closer, actually. Let's just bring this whole power strip closer. Bam. Bam. Oops. So yeah, you can probably still hear me if you don't see me. I'm just moving actually unplugged the camera. What just happened? Did the power go? No, we're still rolling. Oh, that's right, because that's not attached to. Why is that not being seen? This needs to be. Okay, cool. I forgot. That's funny that when the camera got unplugged, and then let's just change the ISO on this thing quickly. Okay, the power got unplugged to the camera, and I thought it was to the laptop, and I thought the whole live stream would end. The laptop doesn't need power for a few seconds. It's got a battery. Anyway, it's hooked up to a different power. It's hooked up to my 220 power, not my 110. So, and let's just make this a little bit less bright. There we go. That should be cool. Oh, that is so cool. This is a great angle. I don't know if I want to bring everything closer. I don't want to touch. Make sure this is still working. Test 1, 2. Yeah, that's okay. The static's not terrible. Lower it a bit. Okay. Yeah, you can see it's a little bit too, gets a little excited. All right, so I want to be careful not to touch that. I gotta fix that eventually. Let's just bring this closer even. All right, that's cool. That is my angle for the Sukka. Yeah, it should be good. All right. Cool, I'm just getting a drink of water. All right. Cool. You should be able to see me. All right. Time for the cross beams. I think you can only see me if I'm on the ladder. Whatever. Okay. Let's take these in numbers 2 and 3. And I listed, I wrote down, like I said, I take notes, which side, because they're particular because of the angles and whatever. So that's the door. This is 1, and what is labeled on the north side? So that means 5 is the last one. I'm actually putting the wood on this side. Technically, number 1 could go there because we do that one first. One north side. Five. Having good filming equipment can be really useful. I mean, obviously, it can get expensive if you can't afford it, or you do the best you can. But you spend money on equipment instead of fast food or whatever. You can really get some interesting shots. Because how else would you be able to see the roof unless I was filming from on top? I think this works good though. All right. So number 1 would be like this. Let me get on the ladder so I can see what I'm doing and you can see me. I like this door on the floor. That is cool. The one on the floor. All right, there's a hole there and there's a hole there. Let me check actually before I screw it in where exactly it goes. No, it's the holes in here. There's a lot of holes in here. It has to be the right one. Here. So like that. I think it's like that. That's the hole. And then hole number 2 is that one, I guess. Okay. I think it goes down actually. Yeah, it does. So before I put the nut on, I can actually just make sure that they're both in the right spot. Basically, it's a bolt with a washer and then the nut. I know it's a little inconvenient to have to move back and forth, but I want to make sure I'm doing it right. That's okay now. All right, see, that's what they say among the carpenters and what my father told the guy who circumcised me. Measure twice, cut once. All right, let's get this one in. Bingo. I like these don't need to be super tight. They're not really going anywhere. You know. Interesting. The tree. So the Sukka is from 1963. The wood, if it's the same wood, it means it's from a tree that was felled in 1963 or earlier. We wonder when that tree was planted, right? And who would have seen that tree? So, like, let's say the tree was, I don't know, planted in 1940. You know, someone who was born in 1850, in theory, could have seen that tree. That's cool. Number 2. Hi. Hi. I was thinking, just leaving it halfway in and just doing. Actually, I could, because they have the, like right now that can't fall because it's got a bolt hanging in through it. So I was thinking of, let me just do one side and then come back and do the other, right? Do one side then do the other. I didn't want to leave it, with the potential to fall, but it can't at this point. It's got the bolt holding it into the metal. Okay, it's over there. I see it. Okay, so what I was talking about is getting these all into place. Number 3. And I've got numbered on top, because there's more than 5 holes on each cross beam. So I've got circled which ones are the real ones I use. I mean, they're all real holes, but some of them are not used for this purpose. 5 numbers that side. Just want to double check that was 4. Yeah, we're good. All right. Looking forward to a shower. So I'm positioning myself like under number 3 so I can still reach number 2 here. And then so I can do number 3 and hopefully number 4. I have to move. It's not terrible because I got to move for number 5 anyway. So it's a question if I can do 2, 3, 4, and then 5, or 2 and 3, and then 4 and 5. No more extra work in either case. Oh, these bolts are heating up from being in the sun. I thought putting the so-called eastern wall against the house, very close to the house. You saw it was like 2 inches away, maybe. I thought it would make it more difficult since I couldn't access the other side. But like, hey, that Sukka was built with that in mind because it was against the house, or actually that was a yard over there. Maybe it was against the balcony or something, or a porch railing or something. But actually, I can do 5, I guess. I was able to do everything anyway, so it worked out to my advantage. And the closer it is to the house, the less sun is on the Sukka. This hole, I'm assuming it's that. I should also circle on the angle irons which ones get. That's a good idea. At least on the 2 ends. Number 1, number 5. Which ones get the? Get these nuts. Get these bolts. I'm gonna tighten a bit just in case. Give a marker. I don't need yet. Whatever. Yeah, it's a fun angle. It's like in the middle. That should be okay. Whatever. And up to this one. It was a cool catch. I don't know if that was on camera. Interesting. I marked on the on the north and south walls. They get the bolts go into the cross beams on the north. The north and south walls have the angle irons have spots for the cross beams. For cross beams number 2, 3, and 4, but for 1s and 5, it's on the east and west walls. So I marked on the north and south walls where the bolts go for numbers 2, 3, and 5, 2, 3, and 4 rather, but I never marked. I never marked on the east and west walls. So that's what I want to do. Just help save a few seconds. Yeah, a few seconds if you get it right. If longer if you start moving it around again. Okay, I gotta check. I probably don't need to check the battery at this point. this one. And I just changed it. I don't know if I'm going to be still working another half hour, but I want to reset the battery for that, reset the clock for that. Let's circle these things. This whole this hole, and this hole. Okay. Do I want to tighten any of the others? Might as well. Take a drink. Hi, Dad. Thank you. I don't know if you saw, Dad. I don't know when you joined, but I switched the camera angle. I switched the tripods totally. I'm using that small one I have on my desk usually. I use that quick release thing you brought me, which I keep talking about. It's just very good. So I really appreciate it. I want to tighten the nut rather than the bolt, just because the time the bolt, it kind of begins to eat away at the wood a little bit. I'd rather have the bolt stationary and just move the nut a little bit. All right, so this side is mostly done. I got one more. And then 4 more on the other side, since I already did one. Not that you can't see the floor because of the angle. You can, after the live stream, you can go back and check the beginning. I also took a picture I can show you, but the floor looks good. Looks kind of like one of those old mosaic floors. All right, almost done. After this, I got to put on the, I was going to say what do you call it? That's not what it's called. The vegetation. So for that, I have these fig branches that my landlord had cut, I mentioned, from Omer. I was living there. And then I have all this new vegetation I cut a few weeks ago. Not even around a week ago. Maybe 8 days ago or so. Yeah, I think 8 days ago. And that is a lot of that stuff. That stuff should really cast a lot of shade. Okay, good. I think I'm done with the hardware. I don't think anything else needs to be screwed in. So I can move this out of the way. Just want to get a little bit more room in here. And the funny thing, I wonder if I should put on, what do you call it, mode? Like auto mode in terms of brightness, because the more vegetation I put on top, the darker it gets in here. And so I don't want to have to keep changing the ISO every 4 seconds or so. So so I might just do that. So that it automatically changes. So it automatically changes itself every 4 seconds. this is why I like these shelves. I can just put a bunch of stuff in here. I can roll this out of the way or just carry it, whatever. And leave it here even. It's not in the way. And the ladder I still need. I need the figs, which I have. The fig branches, which I have right inside the living room. I did not carry them out yet. I was not sure about how much room I would need. Okay, I should be able to access that, no problem. Good. Yeah, thanks, Dad. They're very, very good. The quick release things. Might need to open the second door. Can you use the weight I still have here? There we go. The fig wood has this very nice fig smell. All right, I should lay this down or something. Actually, I could just pull them. I don't know. Let me lay it down. Okay. Sorry for the noise. Okay. Wondering if it's possible to maybe trying to get us to the top. There we go. No. Let's add the ladder. And bring it to the other side. No, I don't want to climb it with. Let's do it safe and slowly. Unless I can do it from the side. That actually might work. Let me just put these up in the meantime. That looks nice. All right, where's the second? Body mic. worked fairly well. Just make sure the body mic still works. Make sure we didn't yank it out. Test 1, 2. Okay, we're good. So I was not able to get them all up here in the same shot, but I was able to get a lot up here. The goal is to just spread these around. And then the overhang goes. Actually, there's no overhang. I trimmed them just that they would fit like out of the rooms and stuff. Technically, I don't need these, but they do provide some extra shade, and they also help support the other vegetation. So yeah, let me space these out actually, since it's not like I'm using them primarily for shade. I probably won't get enough shade anyway, so. Main purpose is support, so I want even support. I'm gonna take this off. All right. And I can gather all the other pieces. There are a lot. So let me do the big ones first, then fill them with the small ones as necessary. I think last year at this point, I don't even remember if you could see the roof or not. So this is a much better angle. So I'm glad I'm able to do that. All right, good. Got those. Got these new. Oh yeah, there's a lot missing over there. You fill in with these smaller ones. This is all 1 year's growth on the fig tree. Like the landlord trims it every year. So, a lot of wood. Very short ones. Some of them broke, for instance. I don't plan on putting it up, but just in terms of storage and work, I don't think it's worth it for so little coverage. I just want to move some over here. Yeah, some of these are just too small. That's all right. When I trim them as needed, because it's cutting just the straight parts, I estimated how long it would have to be, and I think I estimated this gap is smaller than it actually is. So some of them are not fitting, but that's okay. Some of them are too small. More up here. Just got in there. Mostly done with the wood. And then I got the branches, the other branches. Could, in theory, put the short ones running this way. That's an idea. This is noisier than the metal. I think I just want to leave whatever fell in there. I just want to leave for now. Take care of that last and just getting this stuff in the meantime. Oh, there's still some more branches. All right. Almost done with the stuff outside, and I got to pick up the stuff on the floor. These are too small, so I'm going to put them this way. Most of it this way, I guess. Crosshatch pattern or whatever it's called. Okay. Some over here. Let's do these long ones first. It's a little tricky with different lengths. You think it's there, and then you turn it, and then you start knocking some over. Okay. Dad, by the way, I did not forget to put the things for the curtains. I plan on just afterwards, just, if I need to, I can just put a rope there afterwards. Try doing it from the outside. It's just easier sometimes. I'm assuming some of those fell based upon the sounds. Not too bad. I'm almost done with these guys. I'm just looking at this. Would this have been enough? No. All right, let's get the vegetation. That should go in from the outside, I'm assuming. Got these big branches, lots of them. I don't know if the leaves are going to stay on or not. Just branches, it's stuff like this. The sun doesn't come this way, so I might as well stick these further back. All right. Looking all right. How's that looking? They're looking pretty good. It is a bit dark, though, I think. Okay. to this stuff, and it's much more than I usually use. This should help shade the Sukka tremendously. Because like it has to be at least 50% shade, 51 or more kind of thing, or 50 point, whatever. And it's always like, oh, is it 50 yet? Is it 40? Now, whatever. Like this is the first year probably I'm not really worried about is it enough or not. It's a lot, and it's very useful. So it seemed like a nuisance to come to a garden with like all these weeds growing, but I'm able to use them, so I'm not complaining. You guys probably have an interesting angle. You can't see what I'm doing, but you see the results. You can see the getting less and less sun. Thanks. Yeah, the fig branches are, it wasn't enough, but it was still a substantial amount. And you can see how nice and straight they are. I saved only the straight ones. And they're very similar to the bamboo we used to use, you still use. There's a term in the Passover Seder saying that whoever expounds beyond the necessary, but whoever expounds upon the story of the Exodus, Harezem Mishubach, this is hereby it is praiseworthy. So too with its vegetation. I only need 51% coverage, but the more I'm able to cover, Harezem Mishubach, praiseworthy. Not just in terms of like it looking nice, but in terms of making shade. And technically, if I had 100% coverage, there would be no sunlight inside. But if I'm able to get another 100, whatever I'm able to cover beyond that 100%, it prevents not just the sun, but the heating up, because it prevents the vegetation from getting hot. Because only the upper level of vegetation gets hot, whereas the lower one stays cool, so it does not transfer the heat to the sukkah. So this answers your question about, if whoever had that question, perhaps myself at one point. How do you, growing up in Brooklyn, it got hot, whatever, but like, how did they do in Israel or other places where it got very hot? And it seems that, I've seen, oh, this is so nice. Yeah, like you can see, there's very little sun here now. So I need there, so it's a back wall I need, not a problem. How do they do it? There were still gaps in the bamboo and whatever, and sunlight still would come in. How do they do it in the hot areas? The answer is they weren't using dry bamboo. They were cutting fresh stuff. I guess it's the Festival of Ingathering. So they'd be cutting fresh stuff and using that. Fresh stuff, i.e. with leaves. The leaves provide way more shade than the branches. And you can see that a lot of these leaves are matted. It's just like a sheet. In theory, I could also have stuff extend to the west so that when the sun's there, it's casting some shade as well. Let's see exactly where I need it though. Oh, that's just so nice. The west, that area still. Okay, and then some over. No, this is. That's okay. I need that area. Yeah, sort of. Let me actually do it from back. And there actually is already some stuff overhanging the west side, which is cool. Basically, the so-called when I say the west side, I meant the actual west side. So the actual south side has a few bald spots. So I just want to take, instead of running it, I want to perpendicular to all the others. So I just right now cover a bunch of the west side. That should be okay, I think. Man, I got like a foot of vegetation in some areas. This is cool. Still bald here. That is great. Still need there by the second panel or so. Okay. It's funny. It's just like the less that you're able to see, the better, right? It's like that means the less sun's coming in. Because I know it's probably boring for you, but it's exciting for me. Let's actually put some up. Still pretty good. Yeah, over here I could use some. Keep your eyes closed. It's dark in there. I hope I can see things. I gotta sleep when it gets dark. Still have a decent amount left. Just seeing where it needs to go. Okay, some over here. That's so it's this side now. This side needs it. Just checking the time. 1:17. Am I right? Oop. Okay, that's good. Yeah, doing lengthwise also, I think, is good. I don't have that much left. Oh, this is nice. Some over here. My goal is to make it so dark you're not sure if I got 100% coverage or if my camera battery died. But it's not running on a battery anyway. All right. What do we got here? It is running on the generator. Could use a little bit more there. That corner. It's pretty solid though. It is the exact middle in the front here. Well, I thought I had more branches. A lot of them are just leaves. Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty much got it. I'm almost done. Got a lot of sweeping up, but I can do that later. Where should I put these? There. I could in theory dump these leaves on top, but I don't want them falling down on me. Let's just dump these branches on top. And then I mentioned before that willow is part of the holiday, and that's the idea of taking gathering for species, the citron. That's the modern usage. It seems it might have used to been up to interpretation or up to personal preference, but the citron, the palm branches, the myrtle, and the willow. So every year, so I've just been saving the palm branches. Just put them on top. In theory, if I had enough, it would be enough. In theory, if I had enough palm branches, I could use them just by themselves, but I don't. So I just use them as a nice symbolic thing. I don't think it's going to be windy enough to push the stuff around. If it is, I could put pieces of wood on top. Yeah, it doesn't really get that windy here. Should be okay. Anyway, cool. What's the best angle to show this to you? What does it look like now? I can see it's nice and dark. Thanks, Dad. Should we go back to the original angle? Maybe. Actually, let's do a side. Yeah, let's do like a side view, I think. All right, moving the tripod. Do it like this. Okay. Dun, 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 quick release. Bam. Got some big dust. Okay, the camera just got unplugged, which is not a problem. You all can still hear me even if you can't see me. I just gotta bring this a little bit closer. Gotta move this closer also. Sorry, you can still hear me. Okay, let's plug this back in. It's probably going to be way overexposed when it comes back on. Oh, okay, this fell out. All right, it should be good now. like I said, overexposed. Okay. And let's change this angle. Okay. Yeah, it's a good angle. All right, that seems pretty good. Just for the finished it's hard to see the whole finished product, but here we go. I actually have to run out to afternoon prayers, so this timing worked out great. This is potentially the finished product. I have a few decorations to put up, including the eggplant Sally, my sister, got me. Gotta sweep up the floor eventually. I do have to run out, but this timing worked out great. I started about an hour later than I wanted to, just getting things ready, but that was fine. And I ended just in time. I should be live streaming again in like an hour, a little over an hour, 2:40 at my time, 7:40 a.m. Eastern time for FFF. This went well. End product is a lot nicer than I thought. I thought it was gonna be nice anyway, but a lot more shade than I thought. I can open that window for light, I suppose. But this was cool. I'm glad this came out. Dad, thanks for for helping it with everything, with the sending the helping get stuff ready for the lift. Thanks for writing the directions from Syracuse. I still have them. I still use them. Thanks for teaching me what I know about construction. And thanks to Grandpa Harry for building this. And to Grandma Edie for hosting all the people all those years. So thank you. And an early for Yom Kippurim coming up, it should be meaningful and successful. And for Sukkot coming up, it should be happy and enjoyable. So thank you. And hope to see you all again next year.